everybody bloody good? How's everybody doing on this fantastic Sunday, everybody? I don't know if I'm live early. I originally said yesterday I was going to go live at 1. I'm live at 1:40. I said I was going to go live at 2:30 because I wanted to work out, but then I was like, I'll just work out after stream. So I'm live now. My bad. The lava lamp. Yeah, I spent like 35 minutes this morning trying to figure out what light bulb my lava lamp takes because it's going to burn out soon, and I ordered the wrong ones a week ago. And they came in, and they were light bulbs about yay big for like a regular light, like a regular lava lamp. And so I had to like lift up my lava lamp and read the warning labels to determine what wattage of bulb my lava lamp takes. So figured that was a whole debacle, a whole thing. React to SML? Fuck no. Mods, time out the just telling me to react to SML. Bro, I'm not getting into this shit again. I'm not watching puppet comedy. That's not... What the fuck am I going to say to that? I'm going to watch Jeffy shove a nose up his... or a fucking pencil up his nose? No. No. Watch Mr. Beast. Watched it yesterday. Yesterday, we did a few things. We watched the one Mr. Beast video, then we played Slime Rancher for the first time in Jack Smith. It was a fun stream. Today is a React Day, chat. So we got a lot of videos we're going to be watching. I'll give you a rundown of the videos soon. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a random game day. We're going to be doing tabs, bling bling, maybe rematch, other random games, and then we're going to be playing Peek, me, Sneak, Zeusy, and Chris. Tuesday is going to be kind of an all-over-the-place day. We're going to be doing itch horror games and then kind of really what I chat once. Because then we're gone the 25th to the 30th. I will be gone for 6 days. I'm going to be vlogging while I'm gone for content. We'll make 2 videos out of that. That'll be edited and posted when I'm back. But when we're back, we're going to be grinding out stream. I take 3 breaks every summer. This will be the first one, usually like 3 to 6 day breaks. So this is the first one. And then we'll go from there. We got a lot of content planned, a lot of new games dropping, high driving stream soon. We got to plan that cooking stream as promised from the charity stream. I don't know when I'm going to fucking do that, but we'll do it at some point. Sports gaming stream. We have another gamer challenge, a bunch of other shit that we're going to be doing. More slap fight watch parties. And other shit too. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, games, tab. Unicorn Booty and Carl for the sub, Square for the 3. What's your favorite horror game? Just got a PC yesterday. Haven't leave the sub. I always say thriller horror game. I'm going The Quarry. That's more of a, I wouldn't even say like jump scare horror. It's more of just a good horror vibe. Killer Frequencies are just a good game in general too. I think those are the best horror games. But if you're actually going for like what is the scariest game I've played, Summer 58 was really scary. I don't know how perceivably scary I would find it today. But in the time that I played it, it was really scary. What else? What's another really scary horror game? I don't know. Dareth for the sub. Sinai of the sub. Just like walkthrough horror is usually pretty scary. I think they're cheaply made games, if you want my honest opinion. Like $4 or $5 horror games are usually the scariest. Not even because they're like good. They just have jump scares. And jump scares are like scary. Like you're in a fucking dark room and you just have to walk from place to place. And in that time frame, you get fucking jump scared. Yeah, we'll talk about the Trump thing in a second, chat. Phenom ladies for the sub, Mac Daddy for the 3. Hope you're doing well. YXL for the 3. How's your day going? Good as how was yours? Mr. Big for the 6. You see the U.S. bombed Iran? Yes. Spartan 100 for the sub, Fry. Levick, hold up. I'll mention that in a second. I want to just spam through these. Zylok, Big, Mick, Brody, Slime, or Slim, Ravage, Hole, James for the sub, Maya for the sub, Swing for the sub, again, Cole for the 5. Did you hear about the U.S. bombing? Yeah, Vapor for the 3, or for the 4. Who else is watching this on the toilet? Dareth and Sanaya for the sub. Yeah, no, Trump bombed, 3 nuclear power, either, not power plants, nuclear sites in Iran. Not great. I think that is a, I don't think, literally like 2 days ago, my chat was like, do you think we're going to get into war with Iran? And I said no, because I thought that was really stupid. And I don't think we should get involved in that war, seeing that now it might escalate and involve other people. Or not other people, other countries. But yeah, I also saw that Trump didn't really, bring it by many people. I think I don't know how true this is because, there's so much fake news going around. He didn't pass it by Congress, and then even J.D. Vance said that he didn't know. And he's the VP. So I don't know. Whether or not that's a good idea, I think a lot of people don't think it is. I think the weird thing about it, too, is if you actually look into the history of Iran and, their nuclear bombs and everything, they signed, a treaty effectively removing a lot of, what is it called? Not tariffs, sanctions. Removing a lot of sanctions against Iran. And a lot of European countries and people in the UN, even the European Union just in general, were basically kind of backing Iran in the sense that, hey, we'll remove the sanctions if you kind of forfeit your enriching uranium and kind of moving forward of nuclear bomb testings like that. And that happened years ago, and they agreed to it. They gave, I think 90-something% of their uranium to Russia, which isn't great, but, there's less nuclear bombs in specific people's hands. But then they removed their sanctions, and they started ramping up ballistic missile production, and Trump kind of talked about that, how he thought it was unsafe, and then bombed them. So, I don't know. I just don't want to get in another war. And it's weird that, I don't know, I'm not trying to get real political right now. I think it's bad. I think it's a tough spot. I think war's never good. It's weird that one of the promises that Trump made was that he was going to pull us out of all the wars that we were in because of Biden, and now we're in more wars. We have not pulled out of any of the wars that he said we would pull out. If anything, we've ramped our involvement in them, and now we're in another war. So what the fuck is this dude talking about? What the fuck were we talking about 6 months ago when he said that was what we were going to do? And now we're in more wars. Rare L Joe take, bro. I'm serious though. How are you gonna say, yeah, we're gonna withdraw from a lot of the wars that we're involved in, but we're not. We're getting more into them, and we're in another one. JR Fishy and Waffle for the sub, Grenade for the 3. Have a good Sunday, Corey for the 3. You know what I really think it is? The U.S. economy slightly thrives on war in sometimes, and war can help reset and fix the economy naturally, in a way that Trump not necessarily would be unable to, but some would say that it may be a slight economic move. It's the devil, Joe. What's the devil? Trump? What are you saying? But no, the war in general, if you look at war times, that's usually where economic, not disparities, but wealth and inequality kind of reset slightly. Whether or not that actually happens, I don't know. But if we get into this war and that doesn't happen, then we're just burning even more money. But the usual benefit of war is that, you can kind of tank interest rates and have people have more trust within the government because you need to back your nation. But I don't know. I'm not a political expert, so I don't know how this will affect the U.S. economy as well as just our troops' well-being, because I don't know how we're going to be involved in this war now. Zoo for the sub, saying for the 1,000 biddies. I'll take a bullet for you. Mox for the 1,000 biddies. Have you ever thought of reacting to scary shit and debunking it? What do you mean? You need to be way more specific on that. Like ghost videos that are fake or something? What do you mean? Ellie for the 3, Piney for the 3. As a Canadian, I don't know, scared Joe, the world goes to shit the second I graduate high school. K-Goats for the sub. Well, the world goes to shit in one way or another all the time, every day. It's just whether or not it's with world peace or economic things or elsewhere. So I wouldn't kind of dampen yourself too much in the sense of being I'm living in a shit time. There's always going to be some bad thing that's happening within the world. Real for the sub. Fishy, Corey for the 3. What are you reacting to today? We'll run that down in a second. Grenade for the 3. Have a good Sunday. JR for the sub. Mox, thank you for the 5 gifted. Coffee for the sub. Jaren Toke, Ellie, Domino for the sub. Brody for the 3. Sing and Swung for the sub. Cole for the 500 biddies. Real for the sub. Run down to the videos we have today. 9 to 5 workers versus streamers debate. What is harder? This is a long fucking video. We might skip around a bit, but a lot of people have been sending me this video, and I am dying to watch what they're going to have to say. I think they're going to rage bait a lot because they're the FaZe guys, but I don't know what level they'll be serious. We'll see what points they make. Then we have a bang. Why am I not subbed to Mark Rober? Then they have a banger Mark Rober video testing Phineas and Ferb Inventions IRL. We already watched the Mr. Beast video. Then we have a video Elsa's made from you guys. This is the try not to laugh we'll do. This was a while back, like probably like 2-3 weeks ago. You guys were sending funny videos in the videos, or not in the video session tab. It was like we had a separate tab for try not to laugh. You guys sent a bunch in. WL's combined, you know, a bunch of them. I don't want to scan it too much, give it away. But it's like a 16-minute video. A lot of the videos he said were terrible. He had to scrub through like 95% of them. So the majority of them didn't make the cut here. We'll see how funny. Obviously, the comedy level is off of Elsas's humor. So we'll see how funny that is. Villains that did it for the love of the game, the entire history of money, and then the terrifying theory of stupidity you were never meant to hear. And then I think that we'll go from there. 6 videos today, but most of them are pretty long, like a 45-minute video, 18-minute video. Then we have like a 20-minute video, a 10-minute video. So, down for the 3. I would rather be in a normal war now than a nuclear war in 5 years. Vil Real for the sub. I agree with that, but I think that modern war is getting scarier in the ramping of technology. Witnessing what people in Ukraine and Russia are fighting against right now in drone warfare specifically, being somebody that has to be troops on the ground is a fucking death sentence. You could see the footage that they openly post where Ukrainian soldiers are literally like hiding in trees where they hear like and it's just like drones flying around with bombs strapped to them. And the second they find you, they just blow up and you die. And they're very cheap to make. And they just have guys on the outside just controlling them that search for people through heat signatures and just kill them. And even if you don't die, it's going to injure you enough to where your fellow soldiers either going to have to kill you or you're going to bleed out there. And it's fucking terrible, man. Cold for the 5. Hey, Joe, say Biddy, but replace the B with a T. It's still just dark humor. Titty. Ginger for the 3. Love watching you all working as a mechanic. Working outside at 100 heat makes the day go by quicker. I'm surprised your device doesn't overheat. Dubsy for the sub. You're watching a live stream in 100-degree heat. Big for the 3. What do you think of Whoopi Goldberg? You said Whooping Goldberg. Do you mean Whoopi Goldberg? Saying that being a black woman in America is worse than being a woman in Iran. I have not heard her say that. So I don't want to talk about that unless I 100% know that's true, but I don't know. Oh, for the 5. Both have struggles, but I think it's kind of odd to try and compare the two. Anyways, let's lock in for the first video. 9 to 5 workers versus streamers debate. What is harder? Semi-redeemed flex, BBC for the sub. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. 9 to 5 workers versus streamers debate. What's harder? I wonder where they got these people from. Like, did they just get random people on the side of the road be like, do you want to argue with a Twitch streamer that your job's harder than theirs?
How are you gonna disrespect your mom like that,
she
dude?
is right now.
You're gonna disrespect your mom and say that your work is harder? That is so rude.
All right, can I talk? Can I talk? Listen, so your whole
So
thing.
it's dangerous.
Listen,
Your job isn't dangerous.
You would have to have to go to work.
Went
to school, and still.
And paid rent?
Yes, I still worked.
That's your choice.
You're high. You're hungover.
Credentials are playing video games. I play video games on my spare time.
I don't even enjoy streaming anymore.
Do you think this is satirical, or do you think this is like them actually trying to argue that a 9 to 5 is easier than streaming? Because I can't tell. You can't tell with the FaZe guys because they're just always like joking. That you ever have that one friend that's like you can't tell if they're mad or not because they'll act mad or they'll act upset and they'll always just be like, I'm joking, and then you never know if they're serious. Like that's all of them. Special thanks to Jubilee for the idea. Bro, they have all the main phase guys.
What's up? How's it going?
Same old different day.
Occupation mail carrier. What does that mean? Like an Amazon truck driver, UPS, like something along those sorts, USPS, like postal service shit.
Okay. All right. So my argument here.
Lacey has cultivated a substantial multi-platform audience with nearly 1.5 million Twitch followers, over 1 million on Instagram, 2.3 on TikTok, approximately 270K on X. He joined FaZe Clan May 2024, quickly gained notoriety through Fortnite and IRL streams.
Is that
We got a whole ass intro for Lacey.
streaming and social media creation is harder than a 9-to-5? Facts.
Nah, it's not facts, bro. 9 to 5 is way harder, homie.
Why do you say that?
Because
Okay, I think that if you want I've talked about this briefly before, but I think that streaming, there's no realm where a 9 to 5 is easier than streaming. I think it's harder to be successful in streaming than it is a 9 to 5 because the percentage success rate is lower. But having and doing a 9 to 5 is always harder. Less people are successful in streaming. Why are people spamming lag? Is it lagging? I'm not lagging. I'm not dropping frames. I'm streaming at 20,000 bit rate right now. I'm not lagging. Okay. Anyways, it's not harder, or it's harder to do a 9 to 5, but it's easier to get a 9 to 5 than gain success in streaming. I think is the argument that I'm willing to agree with, but the argument that doing the streaming work is harder is not true.
you got to get up every motherfucking day, go to the motherfucking bullshit job, and slave for fucking pennies.
See, that's the thing is you're right. You get up every day, you go through the motions. You don't have to get a good night's sleep. You don't have to be focused. You don't have to be locked in. You wake up, you go, you flip some patties, maybe you sign a few envelopes, answer a few phone calls with.
Well, have you ever seen like how disconnected some streamers are from reality where they'll like, I don't remember who, but there's so many clips of like, I'm not saying the FaZe guys because I like the FaZe guys. I've met them. They're chill. I just want to hear their points here. I think a lot of it's joking. I think part of it's serious. But have you seen the clips on like podcasts where they're like, yeah, the average American makes like $100K a year? Like, no, not Asmongold. I think Aiden Ross might have said that. Where like, no, like literally they're like, yeah, no, the average dude, like, what do you want me to get a minimum wage job and make $100K a year? I'm like, you think the average guy makes that? For the average person, the average American working minimum wage, you're making like 20K a year in most states. But the average American salary is like 35K or something. It depends on the state, though. If you're working minimum wage in New Jersey, yeah, you're getting paid like 15 an hour. Versus if you're in like Oklahoma or some shit getting like 725. Chat, it's not lagging. Is the stream lagging? Last time I'm asking this, if people keep spamming it, I'm going to just throw it in sub only. Draft Mountain Dew, 11 Queen and Breens for the sub, Creeper for the 5. I have stage 3 lymphoma, and your videos really helped me through the days. Thank you. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help, and I hope the treatment's going well for that. I hope you're all right. Have cancer. Watcher for the 3. What'd you eat for breakfast? Egg beaters, which is like eggless egg, or not eggless eggs. Egg beaters, which is egg whites that are like dyed yellow. A protein bagel with everything bagel seasoning, and 2 mandarins. Chicken, P-Surf, and Boar for the sub. BBC for the sub, Big for the 3. There's no lag. Mods, do a poll on if there's lag. Turn off low latency. Yeah, that might be on your end, chat. What do you think about already with that? All right, lock in.
Streaming and social media creation, you have to be on your game 24/7. It's like a switch
No.
that
When
never
you're a
turns off.
Okay, no. The point that Lacey's making is that if you're a streamer, you're a business owner, and in that aspect, you're always working. And I will agree that the job doesn't stop. That's the thing. But I think a genuine argument that has to be made on which job is harder is the money involved. And you could sit here and say, yeah, just throw it in sub-only mode right now. I'm not dealing with, just real quick, for like 2-3 minutes, because the people that are spamming lag are just fucking pissing me off. It's just so annoying. But as I was saying, I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying. When you work a 9 to 5, the one thing that I'll agree with like the streamers on this end is that like when you're done work, right? If you're not a business owner and you work a 9 to 5, when 5 o'clock hits and you check out, like you're good. Like you do whatever you want. Like when I'm done stream, I still have to do other shit for, 2-3 hours. And then I have to do other stuff, kind of sporadically throughout the day. You might have sporadic phone calls and stuff. But all of that added up, and the workload that you have, I would still say is less. But, or even if it is slightly more, which I could get behind that maybe it is slightly more, the trade-off is incomparable. And you could say that the money that you're getting paid has nothing to do with whether or not the job is hard. And I'm fine with you saying that statement. But when you're comparing how hard a job is, the amount that you're getting paid and compensated for that work should be involved in the conversation. Like a 9 to 5, even if you could argue that it's, 15% easier, they're getting paid 1,000 times more doing streaming. Like, so, like, even if you're like, yeah, my job's 20% harder, you're getting paid 10, 20 times more.
Carrier, I'm a mail carrier, and I'm going to tell you something, man. I get treated like shit every motherfucking day.
We have to deal with thousands, tens of thousands of people critiquing every little thing we do, every decision we make, every thought we have.
You guys got it made, man. I wish I had it made like y'all.
We don't have to go sign a few envelopes and put them in a mailbox. We have
got
to
it gravy, bro.
What's the next trend? What's the next idea? Oh my God, I have to stream today.
And I got dogs that want to bite my ass every day.
And you have lunch breaks. You have lunch breaks. We don't have breaks. We're on 24/7.
Oh my God, no, that's a bad point. You don't have lunch breaks. You can eat on stream. You ever watch XQC? XQC will upload a YouTube cut down of him reacting to a video, and 80% of the video, he's eating a fucking burrito. Like, it's 80% of the video, he's just in the top corner just eating.
24/7. You got high energy 24/7.
Yeah, you have to be high energy. It's so hard to compare.
Oh, like you, get back and get paid.
We're not even at home. We're walking around. We're walking around doing things, going to parties, doing all this.
Is Jason getting tattooed? Why does he have like purple like ink all over him? Like he has like the sketch of the tat, but he hasn't gotten the tat yet.
Stuff.
I got a slave just for not even $100,000 a year. I got.
Oh, it's fake.
Work double overtime. Bullshit.
Okay, what about this? You're guaranteed to get paid. You have a
no, I'm not.
Steady rate.
You're not guaranteed?
I don't work, I don't get paid. It's simple as that.
Yeah, but you have a guaranteed
pay if you work. That's your decision if you don't want to work.
I gotta work at the job for you.
Okay, counterpoint, I'll agree. They're sitting here looking at the streamer's perspective. Everybody doesn't streaming, you don't get paid unless you work, but your cut down videos get paid if you don't do work. I make passive revenue off YouTube. I make money, yeah, while it might be 30 cents. Yesterday, I probably made $4 or $5 off of a random video that I posted 3 years ago. Like, I'm not working on that video anymore. I posted it. I'm still getting paid. So, like, that revenue's still coming in, regardless of whether or not you're putting in effort post-work.
If I don't go live, I don't get paid either.
You don't got to deal with people spamming L's.
Yes.
Nah, this video. Okay, at least Tap's at least not serious.
People in the chat spamming L.
The L spam. The L spam is the L spam's unbearable.
Oh, this is frustrating. We don't like this video. We have to create content. Imagine you have to be high energy. Oh, hey guys, how's it going? You guys like this stream?
That's me 24/7. I'd rather do that.
So why don't you become a streamer?
Man, that's what I want to do. F that. F this not a fine shit.
If streaming is so easy, how come every single person in this seat is not a streamer?
People
I will agree with that point. I will agree with that point. That is the one point I'm going to agree with Lacey. Bro, so many people will just be like, your job's easy as fuck. Anybody could do what you do. Then do it. Then do it. Why don't you do it? Like, if you're able, that is the one thing that I'll say. It's like, you do your job's easy as fuck. Like, I'm going to agree, like, 9 to 5 is harder by far. But, like, don't sit there and then be like, yeah, and your job's easy as fuck, by the way. Anybody could do it. Then do it.
Are lazy. They want to put in the work.
That's their fault.
I get called fat all the time.
Oh, so what? I get called fat and chubby. All my homeboys call me chubby, fat, whatever.
That's your homeboys, though. I'm going to keep it a buck. That's your homeboys.
I get called fat all the time. Bro, Ron's not fat, though.
Yeah, and you right, homeboy. You right. But check this out. My nigga, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to go out there and get that bag.
I think she's got something she wants to say.
Oh my gosh, wait, we're seeing flags.
Unfortunately, these flags are actually useless. We decided.
So they're just waving him around the whole video for no reason.
To use a timer instead because we suck at explaining things.
So you raised your flag. Is there a reason you did
Yeah,
that?
because I was actually a cook for 15 years. So that means for 15 years, I had to get up practically every day, get dressed, go to work, and I had to deal with not only adults, but I also had to deal with children.
We deal with children every day, too.
We deal with tens of thousands of children and adults.
The Lacey Thugs are. Do you not know who the Lacey Thugs are?
We can't. I can't
Lacey's average audience, what, 13, 14?
go out in public without 10 kids coming up asking for a picture. You know how hard that is of a life?
Isn't that
That is
special?
difficult.
How long do you think this is going to last?
Forever.
Forever.
You think this
hopefully.
is going to last forever?
I hope so. You just proved my point for me. I don't have that security that's going to last forever.
A 9-to-5 job is generally more secure. He doesn't have that security, but Lacey's made enough money to retire. Like, I think that's that. Yeah, you don't have that security, but you trade that job security for the fact that if you get the level of success that Lacey has, you run that job for 3 years and you're done working. Like, you don't need to work for the rest of your life. Like, you have even if you have to get a job, you could invest the money that you made if you're smart financially, and then use that as kind of like a safety net. Hold a job, 5, 6, 7 years. If your investments pay off well, then you'll be able to retire and live off dividends.
Having a job, being
That's
a
why
cook,
you gotta grind.
you have that security of, oh, I have a job.
Whereas, like, the majority of people that work 9-to-5s literally aren't able to retire until they receive their pension or 401k when they're actually 60 years old. Like teachers, cooks, like whatever it may be. If you're working in an area where you putting money into pension, putting money into a 401k, if you don't want to take a 40-50% pay cut and, penalty on that and want to take out that money early, you're waiting until what is it, 59 and a half? I think they raised it now to 65, did they not? I don't know. God, chat is so brain rot right now. Jesus.
I have a degree. I have this. This could end for me tomorrow.
Hypothetically, if you all of a sudden you lost all your followers, what would you do?
I know what he'll do. Get up.
No, I'm asking
Trigger
him.
warning.
I'm asking him. What would
Job.
you do? You lost completely all your YouTubers. You had nothing.
Lost your YouTubers, like YouTube subscribers.
No one watched you anymore. I didn't even watch you anymore. What would you have to do? You would have to act.
He wouldn't have to do anything. I don't know how Lacey handles his money, but I'm telling you, he is successful enough to where, like, if he fucking fell off right now, he just was like, I'm going to delete all of my accounts. He's done working. He could bum for the next 60 years and then die, and he's fine. Right? Like, we need to put, that is a part of the conversation. Right? It is a very lucrative career at the level where you're a top 100 streamer.
Actually have to go.
I think he's like a top 20 streamer.
Go to work. Oh my God, did I just cuss at you?
I think that's another trade-off. No, that's another trade-off that needs to be said. None of these guys and me would ever get hired at a 9-to-5. Ever. You're not brand. It's not even the act of being brand friendly. You are now unhireable. If you get into social media, you're banking that either you're kid friendly or you get enough success to where you never need to get a job, because he's on the internet to the effect that any place he tries to apply to would deny him off of his social media presence.
That's a slur. If I did lose all my followers, I would probably buy a couple houses and start my real estate empire.
Okay, so then you would have to actually go to work. You would actually have to go.
No, he would not. No, he would not. You buy a few houses, then you would hire a manager that gets a percentage cut. He would get a guy to make a contract where this dude would do all of the work, but he would get he would be an investor. He could get into private equity. He could just be a fucking behind the scenes man. He could just own percentages of companies. Like,
go to the office.
And I would think that would be a much easier job than streaming.
You gotta go into your setup though and sit in front of studio lights and read the chat and be interactive.
But no, he lost everybody. He lost everybody. He has no.
the one thing I was going to make a point here, but then I kind of wanted to roll. The one point I wanted to make is I could get high at work right now. Like, I'm on the job and I could get high. But that's immediately like I guarantee you, like, half of my chat's going to be like, well, I get high at work. So I don't think that's ignore that point. I was just thinking that in my head. I was like, well, I get high at work, so it doesn't really matter. That's an invalid point all around.
No followers whatsoever.
You're
He would have to turn around.
You're proving my point.
You would have to turn around.
You're proving my point on why this is harder because I could lose it all tomorrow.
Yeah, but you could lose it tomorrow.
If let's say you're a cook, right? Let's say you got fired. You have hundreds of people lined up. You can go cook over here, cook over there.
You could be a private chef.
No, I think that's the level of you could be a private chef. It's really hard to get into the private chef business. But yeah, I think that depends on the job field that you're in. Like, if you lose your job as, like, a high-level coder with, like, 5-10 years of experience, yeah, you'll probably get another job somewhere else. But if you're, like, a cook at, like, Longhorn Steakhouse and you get fired, you might not find work. Like, you might, but it depends where, and you might get a pay, like, decrease.
You could be a private chef. Exactly. I don't have that security.
I was a cook in the school system. I cooked all frozen food.
But you still cook.
You still cook. You go cook for another school.
I think I saw a flag right here.
Flags. I see red flags.
I'm gonna have to backlight. Yo, Lacey, it's the truth.
I think something you guys aren't taking into account. Say we get a brand deal, I gotta post on an Instagram story. I gotta go find the 4 local cans.
Somebody stop. Just kick Adapt out of here. Kick Adapt out of here. He is rage baiting all of them right now. This is fucking... Say I got a brand deal? Dude, I have to, like, send in ad drafts. Like, bro, like, sometimes they're like, you got, like, the hashtag ad logo, it's like, dude, you got to, like, shrink that, like, a percentage. And then I got to go back in and do some reshoots. On no bullshit, though, one of the most annoying things for content creation is filming, like, YouTube ads. Where there's times where, like, contractually, little insider here info, contractually when you sign with a brand, they usually agree on terms of how many corrections they're able to give you. And usually it's like 1 or 2 draft rounds to where you send in a draft and they're able to give you a correction. You send in another and they could usually send in maybe 1 more. But because you want to please the brand, you usually just give them as many ad corrections as they want. And I've worked with brands where, like, I've spent a month just sending in drafts, and then they go, we don't like that. Redo it. You send in a draft, we don't like that. Redo it. And that's just annoying. But it's not, like, hard. It's not long, and it's not hard work. It's just annoying. Because it's like, you told me you wanted this, I do it, and then you say you don't like how it looks.
I gotta make sure,
What ad? Dude, that's, like, most of the ads that I've worked with.
Gotta make sure I get the 4 local can, and then
The easiest is when you get an ad company like Raid Shadow Legends that just sends you like a fucking 18-page list of like, hey, just do this. And then you just do it. It's the most annoying ad companies to work with are the ones that are like, we want to give you creative freedom. Do whatever you're feeling. We love the brand. We love the ideas. We just want to see you take our game to the next level. And then you do what you want to do. And then they go, love the vibe. But could we scratch that and do this instead? Just tell me that first. Just tell me that first. And then they always go, hey, do whatever you want. And then it always just ends up being a fucking ad read. Like, there's never, ever creative freedom. Like, for most ads. Most ads, it's like, hey, do whatever you want. And then you send it to them. They're like, that's great. That's not what we're looking for. Could you actually just read this paragraph that we made with ChatGPT instead? And then it's just like me for 60 seconds going, do you want to try out this new game? Like, I'd rather you just give me that.
You have to do work.
It ruins our Twitter impressions too.
I gotta tag them.
And then that goes into
Yeah, but you're getting paid for it.
falling off.
My name is Rhonda. I'm a registered nurse from the South.
Nice to meet you.
That's a hard job. If Lacey tries to say that streaming is harder than being a registered nurse, an RN, oh my God. This is gonna be so bad. Working like late night, like fucking overtime, dude. You're working like fucking what, 12, 24? When you're in well, that's when you're a doctor. Can't you work 24-hour shifts when you're trying to be like a doctor at hospitals? I forget where it is. I have a few friends that are nurses and they work like 12 hours. Like they might work like 9 to 9.
35 years ago, I decided to go to nursing school because I wanted to be a creative, I thought. I loved fashion, I loved acting, I loved singing. But in the South, whole lot of racism. Back in the 60s and the 50s, people didn't give a rat's ass if you created something, and they wouldn't support your business. So yes, a 9 to 5 is much harder. I had to work 7 to 3, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I had to.
Yeah, that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I usually hear people working 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., which sounds even fucking worse. The night shift, like you're just working from fucking like night, like you literally watch the sun set and rise.
Support my daughter.
Rhonda,
You get spoiled.
Rhonda, can I ask you a question?
Nope.
Have you ever done
You
it?
get spoiled. No.
Rhonda,
You get spoiled, and your mama and
Rhonda,
daddy keep
Rhonda,
giving it to you.
Rhonda,
Because
guys, I got a
did it.
question for Rhonda. I got a
did
question
it.
for Rhonda. Rhonda,
Yes.
have you ever done a subathon?
What's a subathon?
30 days straight,
24
hours a day.
day and night. No break.
We all streamed for
That ain't even help.
Okay, I've never done a subathon because they sound unbearable. So I can't comment on the length of on like the level of difficulty of a subathon because I've never done one. I would say it's not hard physically labor intensive wise, or it's just like mentally shitty. You know who fucking does marathons? Let's see if he's live. I think if he's live, this is going to prove that this guy is the fucking goat of Twitch. Yep. Oh, he's asleep. He's been live for 61 days. We hoopin'. He's asleep right now. Okay, so that's not, you know, how... Oh, he got his eyes twitched right there. Is he awake? Why is he laying like that? Anyways. No. That's not really helping the point. Doing a subathon is rough mentally because, like, you're never, like, away from... even if the work's less, like, you're just always... on camera. Like, you sleep on camera, you fucking eat on camera, you don't take a shit or shower on camera, but like you're always just live. Fries is doing one right now.
You're talking about working 7 to 3. You have 2 30-minute breaks throughout that. You get to go home afterwards, see your family,
Yeah, but they'll leave stream for like a half hour to go take a dump.
relax. We were on camera 30 days straight, no personal.
What
You know how
day
hard
were
it
you
is
a registered
to
nurse?
have.
When did you get a break? You clean boo-boo?
When have you ran a 3-minute ad?
You
When have you
clean
ever
up
ran? You
vomit,
never ran a
you
3-minute ad.
pass trade,
What the fuck is running a 3-minute 3-minute ad?
you're short-handed. You
Talk
don't-
about the fake relationships that you
Oh,
have.
speaking of chat, sorry, I'm gonna give you guys 15 Burger King ads right now.
Oh my God.
Now keep.
It's fake
Think
on
about
social
this.
media.
Think about this. Imagine
Sure.
every
No, I don't run mid-rolls.
little person. We call them parasocials. They judge your
Parasocials.
relationships. You can't go out to dinner or have a girl take a picture in your car without them finding out.
Yeah, I think parasocial people are... I think if you're going to have the argument for why a 9 to 5 is harder, you have to argue, like, weird people. Like, that's the big point that you could go, is, like they have, like, just genuine people that suck, that just fucking annoy the piss out of them all the time. Every day.
I got caught with my ex, and I got treated like I was a pedophile for it.
But mental health. When you stop caring about what people think and what they say about you, do you. And that's a big problem with younger people. You care about what people think, social media, what they say about.
I'll agree with her that I think I think more and more people on social media have gotten insecure over the years. And I think it's gotten worse because you always compare your life to the lives of other people as well. Not even if you're just getting hate in general, or if you're on social media. Like, I think if you're somebody that's like, how do I describe this? Like, do you guys ever look at other people that you follow on Instagram's lives and be like, damn, dude, they're living the life? Like, that is, like, bad. I think that inherently makes, like, younger audiences, like, lives not worse, but, like, you're more insecure. You're always at the level where you, like, feel like you're not doing what you need to be doing. I think on the social media scale, though, her point of, like, you guys just have to not care what people think. Easier said than done, right? If you have, like, somebody bother you at work, That is a lot different from when you're getting like harassed. Getting harassed by thousands of people on social media is always way worse than any random interaction you're going to have like at work. Right. That I'll agree with that. On a day-to-day basis though, I think it's worse to be, you know, a 9-to-5 worker at like a front desk at a hotel and you have to fucking deal with like people that are just screaming at you when you haven't done anything. I think that's worse, but it's also like it's hard to compare the two.
Because that's our
job.
You said you're a nurse, right?
35 years.
What do you think's harder? 24-hour open surgery, like when you're helping with, you know, the doctor, et cetera, or 24-hour stream?
24
Open surgery. Why are we asking that question?
hour open surgery.
Oh, brother.
Short-handed.
We're saving thousands, you're saving one.
saving thousands. They need to put somebody else at the front. Why do we only have Lacey at the front?
All right, so you said 30-day subathon, right?
Yep.
My argument is that none of you guys actually did any of the work during that, and it was all your filmers, your editors, your producers. All these people back here are the ones doing the work. You guys just show up and have fun.
They didn't do anything.
It's a group project.
No, because here's the thing.
Well, that's bad takes.
That's bad takes.
I don't think that wasn't a bad take. I think you have to give credit to your editors. Like my YouTube wouldn't be where it is without people editing it. But that's also why a really good job in the social space is editing too. Like I've always said, if you want to be in the social media space but you don't want to be a figure or the front forward person, be an editor. Like if you get good at editing, you could get within a group and edit for them for years, right? You could be Brady, you could be Jericho, you could be fucking Kangro. Like those guys edit for me for like the last 2 years.
Bad take.
They wouldn't have any work if it wasn't for us, though.
I would even go as far to say as every person.
I would also say they fairly compensate. Editors usually get fairly compensated. Like you're getting paid for the amount of hours. Like I don't know how much time each video takes. I think for my editors, I usually negotiate. Like I don't want to air out how much I pay them, but like it depends on the video. They have an average base pay per video, and if it's a really short video, they're still getting that base pay. If it's really long, I negotiate how much they get paid for that video. Right? Like vlogs, you're obviously getting like 3-4 times more because it's taking so much longer to like edit. But even then, like they're averagely getting paid like 30-40 an hour, which is what some doctors get paid. Like, so being an editor isn't like, oh, you're not like you're fucking them over. Like they're getting paid good money, especially for something where you don't even need a degree.
In this room, we keep them employed as well. Because here's the thing, we get sponsors from these companies that have 9-to-5s, right? These companies, hold on. These companies are not viable without influencers to push the brand and keep them in business.
Have you ever worked a real job?
No.
So how Brady's getting paid? Brady doesn't edit for me anymore. Brady runs the VOD channel. Different thing. Whole different setup. Because he's like the main man that runs that shit.
What would you know?
I have worked a real job.
What was your real job?
I worked 8 months. I worked a double. I worked Walmart and Panera at the same time for a year.
Why is she laughing? Bro, she's making me mad. I actually feel like they're wrong.
Sable Ronaldo. Oh, okay. So they all each have their own round.
Hi, I'm Chris.
All right, Chris.
Why do you think a 9-to-5 job is not harder than what you do?
Well, you're guaranteed to pay.
Guaranteed to pay?
Yeah.
And that makes it harder?
Yeah. No, it makes it easier for you
Makes
guys.
it easier because we have a guaranteed pay.
100%.
I think that why are we going down this? Why is that the argument? I think you could have way better arguments for why a 9-to-5 is harder or easier. That's not guaranteed pay. Because, yeah, you don't have guaranteed pay on Twitch, but, like, they're saying that like they don't make, like, you know, a fuckload.
Security.
Talk about raises.
I think the argument that Ron's positing is better from the mouth of someone that has, like, 10 viewers. You know? Like, it would be, like, Chris. Like, I'm not dissing Chris. He's a new streamer. I think he's a great streamer. My friend Chris averages like 70, 80 viewers. He can make the argument, I don't have a guaranteed pay. Because, like, there's streams where he doesn't make a lot of money, right? Because when you have 50, 60 viewers, you might have a stream where you stream for 6 hours and get 2 subs. And so you're making like $10 versus like streams where you're getting way more. When you're at somebody that's like 1,000 viewers or higher, you could have good and bad days, but you're still averagely getting paid more than a 9-to-5 worker would, even on a bad day.
Makes it easier for 9-to-5 people to have a job because their pay is guaranteed.
When you go to work every day, everyone's
so you're
like...
basing the ease of a job just on somebody getting paid regularly? Is that what you...
Well, let's just say that comes to perspective. If you say someone who works food, if you're someone who works a doctor, it's obviously different. But if you're talking abroad, 9 to 5, someone who doesn't need a degree, yeah, it's way easier than being a streamer.
How so?
Well, it's because you're guaranteed and you don't need any crazy knowledge. You don't need to go to school for most jobs, like certain things like a 9 to 5. If you wanted to go work at Foot Locker, I could go to Foot Locker, apply, and then next thing you know, I'm selling shoes for...
I think that I think the point he's making is that you could get a 9 to 5 at a minimum wage job with no experience and little to no training. Whereas where he's at streamer-wise has taken him years of experience to understand the level of understanding social trends and being entertaining and understanding how to form his stream around his audience. Like, that's just learned experience. I think he's saying it's just like the wisdom you need to be a streamer is more than 9 to 5s.
Pay every single hour.
So according to you, a job is easier or harder based on the guaranteed pay? That's one aspect of it.
Working
right?
at Foot Locker, working at a job like Panera or wherever Lacey is easier than a streamer, yes, because a streamer you have to come up with ideas. You have to stay relevant.
We're talking about ideas now. Okay,
yeah,
we're talking about pay.
Okay, so
I'll agree that the burnout's there. The majority of influencers fail. Like, I don't think you want to use Twitch streamers as an example. I think a better one is like TikTokers. Like, there's a lot of TikTokers that get like 1-2 million followers and then just ride the same idea into the ground and then fall off. Like, it's hard to not, it's easy to blow up. It's hard to not fall off is the point that he's making. And I think that's valid, where it's like, yeah, anybody can get a big video to blow up on TikTok, but not everybody could get that to reoccur consecutively many times over the years. But I don't know. Even then, still.
You want to start with, though, but it doesn't make. But you're not even.
It's hard to stay relevant. Yeah, I think it's hard to stay relevant. I think the phase group has a perfect system where they all funnel each other's followers, and basically ensure that they'll never fall off. They're in a better system now than when they were all solo streamers. That's like the benefit of being in a gaming clan or just like phase or just a big group in general, like the Sidemen, is that like I think a better example may be the Sidemen. Like if Tobe Jizzle and like fucking Mini Minter and all these guys like weren't a group, they like 2 or 3 of them probably would have died. Not died like physically, like died off. Same thing with AMP. But like when you combine all them together, they constantly boost each other's viewers. Yeah, they're propping each other up to where even if one of them has a bad month content-wise or isn't that entertaining, the other one takes suit, steps up, and makes that content better. So if they're all streaming together, Lacey doesn't have to be super funny every single stream because he's with Ron and Jason and Adapt, and vice versa. They could trade off, right? Where they kind of pick each other, they riff off each other, and it makes their job easier and their content better.
You keep switching it, so why don't you answer my question? I'm not switching anything. You 100% are. Yeah. So how is it harder if you're guaranteed to pay?
Shut up and react. That's literally what I'm doing, you stupid fuck. When I pause the stream or when I pause the video and I start talking, that's me reacting.
Worked for 4 years of streaming. I didn't make $1.
Well, what's your definition of hard? That's the thing. It's like what
stuff
is
that
difficult.
You need creativity. You need to get out of your circle, comfort zone. You need to be able to actually make people believe what you believe in the sense of like, oh, this is good content. Do you watch any TV shows?
I watch YouTube.
Okay, you watch YouTube?
Much YouTube.
So it's the same thing.
Absolutely,
so the people that you're entertained by are the people like us, just for a different audience.
That's true, but you're talking about entertainment as a job. We could talk about entertainment.
This is entertainment,
as a job.
but this
yeah,
is entertainment.
Entertainment
but
as
my
a
question
job
to you
doesn't have
is
any
why?
guarantees. Absolutely.
So do you truthfully, you can sit here and think that working at like a Foot Locker or something like that, I'm just using that because that's the best example, is harder than a streamer?
It depends on what you are saying the word hard means to you. Because
In the
there's
sense of
hard
everyday
physically,
activity. Because
there's
some
hard-
people around here said, oh, I got to wake up at 7 a.m., 8 a.m. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, we have to do the same thing.
Sure.
Some people do that.
And you deal with
How
yourself.
long is this video? Long as fuck, but I'm entertained right now, so I'm watching it.
No, we deal with millions
When
of people.
you're creating that content and you have your phone, you're dealing with you and yourself in that phone.
Okay, so what happens?
You're not dealing with
Not true.
coworkers and you're not
That's not
dealing
true at
with-
all. I have an
Okay.
editor that I pay who relies on me. If I stop doing
Which
any
is
type
later.
of content, he loses
So when
a job.
you go to your job, when you go to work rather
Yeah,
than
I
punching.
think he's making a foundational point. Right now, I have Cloak, Kangaroo, Brady, Filth, Jericho, Aiden. I have 6 people that I pay. 7 if you count Elsis once a month. when he does a try not to laugh. If I fell off, 7 people are out of a job. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, but I don't know what does that have to do point-wise? I think he's saying that like, oh, those guys rely on me versus me relying on them, but I still rely on them in some way or another. That's why I want to make sure that they're happy in the work conditions that they're in. Because, yeah, I could get a different person, but I don't want a different person. I like my editors. I think that's what needs to be said. I need to give credit. You need to give credit to them, right? Could I get another editor? Yeah, but I don't want another editor. Like, I want Brady. I want Kangro. I want Jericho. They do their job great. I think they understand my style perfectly, and they're great people. So it's like, that's why I want them.
Punching a card, you pick up your phone or you turn on a camera.
Okay, so when you punch the card, let's say, who's above you? Your boss, right? What happens if he just takes the business and he says, oh, we're not doing it anymore? You lose your job.
If the work is picking up a phone or turning on a camera as opposed to going in with a bunch of people and having to multitask tasks you have to do throughout your shift and deal with your
Tasks you gotta do
coworkers
throughout
and
the stream.
interpersonal thing. Tell me how much you do of that stuff while you are actually doing your job for however many number of hours that you are talking and typing and shitting and eating and all that stuff that everybody's watching you do.
Go ahead.
No, but there's actually a mental aspect.
I understand that, yeah.
No. Let me hear me out.
Go ahead.
Camaraderie. Like, you have like a group of people, like friendships, relationships, which is the most important thing in life. So do you build that with your coworkers and stuff like that?
Sorry, bye. See you later.
Seeing a lot of flags.
Okay, what I'm not understanding, though, is how all of them agree that a 9-to-5 is easier. Because most streamers don't say that. So what are the odds that all the FaZe guys think that?
What's your name?
So, I
Because
mean,
they're rage baiting? I don't know. Like, I think they're rage baiting to a degree, but I think they do think that a 9-to-5 is easier.
Angelina and I work.
Maybe not to the degree that they're putting forth. They're like, it's way fucking harder. I think they think it's fractionally harder.
As an executive assistant.
You're right. You're right. She's right. Hang on. She's right. She's right. I'm not gonna lie. She's right. 9-to-5. We good though. We good.
All right, so you guys were talking about the mental aspect, and I thought that was really interesting because as someone who works a 9-to-5, technically it's a 10 to 6, but I still have to clock in a certain amount of time. I come home, I'm too tired to cook. Fortunately, I have a beautiful girlfriend that does all of that stuff for me when I get home, but if I didn't, I would have to cook for myself and get to bed in time and wake up in time to commute back to my job. You guys talk about how it's hard because there's a mental aspect, and I understand as someone who's been on social media a lot that you get
How long
berated.
have you been on social media? Just to get broad.
So I actually did content creation starting at the age of 14. When I moved to LA, I gained like 10,000 followers off the bat, and I was very young, and I started working with different brands.
Okay.
I totally understand that.
I don't understand when I see, at what level of, at what point do you is it genuinely considered you're a content creator? I think when you're making a substantial amount of money, a taxable income, is when you're a content creator. Because you could actually look, I think there is, How many content creators are there in the U.S.? I think they say 162 million people in the U.S. identify as content creators. That's a lie. Isn't that half of the U.S. population? Half of the U.S. population claims to be content creators. That's just not true. That would mean half of my audience says that they're influencers. Of that, it says 45 million are professionals. I think that was the number I was looking for. I think 45 million Americans have a taxable income from a social media platform, whether that be X, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever it may be. I think that's where you could consider yourself a content creator, but like it's not off a following count. Like if you have a follower count but you don't make money, like your job isn't a content creator. Like the first whole year I was on social media, I had like 8 million followers. I was not a content creator. I had no money. I wasn't making money. The job had no pay. Like I was doing content as a hobby. It's not a job unless you're making money. That's how it is. Like it doesn't matter if you have 1 million followers. If you're not making money, that's not your job. That's for fun.
And the mental aspect, it's just that you guys can afford to say, hey, I'm gonna go wherever for 2 weeks and
watch Mark Rober's new video. We are after this.
That can be content, that can be your job, and you actually get to relax and travel the world and have other opportunities.
You're just saying a lot.
Oh, you mean Twitter, not X? Oh no, because every time I say Twitter, you say, oh, you mean X. So now I've been saying X, but now you guys are mad that I'm saying X. So which fucking is it? Is it Twitter? Is it X? Which am I saying?
There's no relaxation.
Just so I can answer a couple. So you were saying like to go back to the beginning, you were saying like you can manage like your time with like relationship. Was that correct? Like you have your girlfriend when you go home. Like
I fortunately have a support system, but I every day like ask myself how I would have been able to do it without.
Example. So you said 14 you started. I started at 16. For about 3 years, I was making money, and it slowly went super up, and then all of a sudden it went down. Right?
Yeah.
I actually talked to him about that, and I think the mental when we were at the Rainbow event, I think the mental aspect of falling off is bad. Like when you do bad as a creator, you start questioning what's wrong with me. Like what am I doing wrong? Is there something bad with me? I'm not entertaining. I'm worthless, right? Like, and it makes you insecure and also like almost depressed. Like when you're at the level, especially when you're young. And that's why I always say I think it's kind of bad when young people get into social media, because you're putting yourself in such like a spotlight position that when you fail, you just diss yourself.
Everything fell off completely. About to myself. Real story. This is a real story. This isn't a joke. Why are you smiling?
We've all been there. Every 9-to-5 worker has been there.
So
That's
going
why.
back to what you said, how you have a support system. I moved across the country from my parents at the age of 19, lived alone in an apartment, was paying a certain amount of money every single month, and I was losing money. I wasn't making enough money to pay my, like I had money in my bank for my rent, but I wasn't making more than my rent.
His expenses were higher than his pay.
Yeah.
So I was
You were in the red every month.
I was in the red every single month. Girlfriend broke up with me at the time, so alone
Double whammy.
across the country. So it's like when you're alone too and everything's going down, where's my support system?
I don't like why she's laughing, bro.
Okay, so I have a question. You said
I'll agree. I think they're being slightly disrespectful. I think Ron and the guys are being a little disrespectful with how they treat the 9-to-5. But when he said he was about to kill himself, and then she said every 9-to-5 worker has been there, that disvalues his emotions. Like in a relationship argument, your partner would be like, fuck you, right? Like, I'm not saying they're partners, obviously, but I'm saying like, just like nod along, right? You could in your head be like, yeah, I've been there. But like, you don't want to be like, yeah, I've had it worse, right? Because then it's like, now you're just like, oh, well, I've been through more than you. And then you get in a perpetual argument of whose life sucks worse.
that for the first 4 years you started streaming, you had no income. How are you able to survive?
I lived with my mom. I was 16.
So that to a certain extent is privilege.
That's privilege?
Privilege. The majority of people in the United States now live with their parents until they're like 27. I'm not on the FaZe guys' side, but they're making terrible points now. It's privilege, yeah, but the majority living with your parents at 16 is not it's privilege, but it's the majority of people. Like the majority of 9-to-5 workers, live with their parents. Like the majority of people live with their parents until they're like almost 30 now.
It is.
But my mom.
No shot it's 27. I think it's way higher. At what age does the average American move out of their parents' house? It's way higher than it used to be, I mean. By age 27, 90% of young adults have moved out. The median age at time of moving out was about 19. That means middle. I think the average age when people move out of their parents' house today is between 24 and 27. The reason median is 19 is because of college. But usually, most kids after college move back into their parents' house. And I want you to know, if you do that, there's nothing wrong with it. I think a lot of people, it's different if you're like 35 and you're like just bumming in your parents' basement. But if you're like, hey, I'm done college, I'm going to move back to my parents' house so I can save money so I'm able to put myself out at a better financial situation. I think a lot of people make it so like your early 20s is a great time to save. And I think a lot of people are like, no, I need to live alone. I need to be independent. And that's good, right? If you want to do that, you do that. But now you're putting yourself where like you're in a position where you're spending the majority of the money that you make. And this is a time where all the money that you save will compound interest-wise way higher to where like that money that you could have had in a bank account or in a stock portfolio or wherever you wanted to have it would have been way more valuable than like, you know, just renting an apartment.
How's that privilege?
It's privilege because you have the support system to have a place to live.
Well, at 15, 16, I would hope I have parents that would live with me.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't, and they have to take 9 to 5.
That's a whole different discussion. So a lot
that has nothing to do with the difficulty of a 9 to 5, though. That now you're just getting into the logistics of like what the average person goes through. You could make the same argument for streamers, right? Like that's just people. That has nothing to do with the job on 9 to 5 versus streamers. That's just like. Okay, yeah, some people get kicked out of their parents' house.
A lot of people don't have houses.
A lot of people don't have families that support them or accept them.
But that's a whole different conversation. What does that have to do with the 9 to 5?
Because they still need to survive. So the fact that you were given
No, I'm agreeing with Ron here. This is literally just a point. This is a pointless point to make.
How did you move to LA?
I moved across the country as well with my mom when I was 15 years old.
Do you not think that's privileged?
I mean, we moved into a 1-bedroom in Santa Monica and shared a trundle bed, so.
Okay, well, I was reselling shoes to afford my mom's mortgage and everything.
I get it. I've definitely helped my family out in times where I was able to.
See, but now they're literally now they're going down like the who had it worse. Now it's not. Now, like, this is why I didn't want that point brought up, because now, like, you're not even on 9 to 5 versus streamer. Now it's just like the struggle war. Yeah, who had the worst childhood?
But I also had to have my family support me in order for me to have certain opportunities to make money in the first place. So if you didn't have content creation, what would you be doing?
It's a great question. I don't know, because I didn't set my goals that way. I set up my life to that. I know I would do what I want to do. If we all got...
I will say that Ron, that's the level of privilege that Ron has, is that, like, he hit that success. I think he got, like... I don't want people to look at Ron and go, I'm just going to do what Ron did. Because Ron went through a lot of shit when he fell off, right? And that's also bad to go through. But that's also, like, Ron got out of it. A lot of people will not get out of it. Like, if you just go, I'm going to be a streamer, that's the only job I'm going to have, and if I fail, I have no backup plan, that is a terrible idea, right? It worked for him in the end, but, like, what he went through for those, like, 2 years that he was falling off, most people are just going to go through for the entirety of it, because most people that try to gain success on social media fail.
Got paid the same every single month. Let's say just in simple terms, we all got paid $100,000 a month, a crazy amount of money. Would you guys still, truthfully, I'm asking a serious question, would you guys say that all of our jobs are harder than each other, truthfully?
Yeah, if she's...
Oh, wait, no, now he's saying if we all got paid the same.
If she was a nurse, she had to go to medical school for years just to be able to have her
But
foot
she
in the
knew
door.
that she was getting security because she was going to be a nurse, correct?
Not secure.
How is it not secure if you knew what you were going to do?
Nothing secure.
Nothing secure. You just proved my point. But you just proved my point.
No job is secure, but content creation gives you the ability to have those savings, to have an audience. And even if you do lose all your followers one day, even if
let's say I lost it all tomorrow.
You still have residuals of your previous viral videos. Even if people are hating on you and shitting on you, that's still adding.
Ghost, thank you for the 50 subs! Dub in the chat, man. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 50 fucking gifteds, bro. Holy shit. Thank you for the fucking subs, Ghost. For Ghost864, thank you for the 50 fucking subs. Thank you for the 50 gifted. Evan for the sub, Anford for the 2 subs, Outdoor for the 3. You're going to play Mafia 2 someday? Yeah, I don't know when, though. Tetra Mad Not and Doctor for the sub, Nick for the 3. The only 2 who can never fall off Jibber and Tony Statovci. Ross for the sub, Imo for the 3. You should come over to Maine sometime Saturday for the sub, Savvy for the 5. No, so you aren't streaming May 6th, 26th next year. You're perhaps leaving us for GTA 6 for a day. When did I say I wasn't streaming May 26th next year? Ghost! Thank you for the 20 subs as well. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 20 subs. Thank you for the 70 subs overall, man. What the fuck, dude? Super and VV for the subs for the 5. Subathons are a dumb point because they choose to stream 24 hours. They could have chosen 4 hours. Didn't have to. She didn't have a choice. Yeah, Sal for the 1,000 buddies. Videos about 9 to 5 job like right now, our doctor should be in the video because it just isn't the conversation. Trent, Matt, and Cole for the sub. Fan for the sub. Mac for the sub. Ghost! Thank you for the 10 gift. It's Ant for the sub. I don't know for the 3. Are you ever going to make another video with Crispy Concords? Probably. Ryan and Big and Lando for the sub. Melly for the 3. Back when I was in the Union, would have been able to retire at 52. Started 18, but now I'm in Hawaii. Still 60 to retire. Nova V's stellar. Cool. Go. Oh, wait. Sander, Luca for the sub. Green. Allah. Queen for the sub. Sing for the 1,000 buddies. Watcher for the 3. Maya for the sub. Your, My, and JRB for the sub. Arc for the 3. Read the whole thing. It's an error on Twitch's end with streamers using 1440p because it's a beta. It affects a small amount of users. It's not on your end or the chatter's end. It's Twitch. Nothing can be done about it. Well, should I not stream in 1440p then? Aiden Woods for the sub. Dre, Guth, and Aiden for the sub. Watcher for the 3. Streams has hella high quality. No lag at all. Sing Chris for the sub. Sing for the 3. Old man in the back looks geeked. Chicken Rogue. Boar. Pisu for the sub. Watcher for the 3. Ghost, thank you for the 10 gifted. And thank you for the subs all around, man.
To what goes into your pocket.
There's literally doctors who do one surgery and make hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Because they were
okay, that's Silky butting in with the worst point ever. There's surgeons that do one surgery and make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, they're not making hundreds of thousands of dollars off one surgery. And they're also in school till they're like 32. They are in medical school for like 9 years. That is not like a brain surgeon. Yeah, might make like $1 million a year. He's performing brain surgery. The stress, I don't get into doctors because you could go 9 to 5. You could try and argue that streaming is harder than 9 to 5. Being a surgeon on any level or an anesthesiologist or I'm like, it's different from like, oh, you're like a primary doctor, like a general practitioner or something, where you're just like, you know, my GP's telling me I need to go get blood work done. You could argue that might be easier, but like if you're somebody that is performing surgery and you have people's lives at your fingertips, like that's way harder and way more stressful. And you could say, yeah, like I do a lot of suicide prevention advocacy and I help save people's lives, but like me telling you to like get help is a lot easier than me with a scalpel trying to fucking perform life-saving surgery on somebody that's physically in front of me, and if I fail, they die. Like that's a level of like barrier stress.
Trained for decades and they had to go to school. So are we. You went to school to be a content creator?
Streamer University.
Oh, not a daft. Okay, this whole part's just gonna be trolls. This is just going to be memeing for the next 15 minutes. Have you ever tried to BO2 trick shot? Have you ever hit a 360 no scope with a ballista? I don't know. Have you ever, well, how many hours have you put into MW2?
How you doing, bro?
Good. How you doing,
Alex?
Gabe,
how we doing?
I'm doing good. So first of all, I want to say I do respect all of you for what you do.
He's gonna mention Call of Duty.
You guys do work, but you do not work as hard as people who have a regular job.
You don't know that.
I mean, that I do know it for sure. It's very clear. People have to wake up and do their routine over and over again. It's not a daily thing. It's a weekly thing. It's a monthly thing. It's a yearly thing. It's a life thing. And
I think this argument would be a lot easier to have if the 9 to 5 household income hasn't basically been stagnated for the last like 40 years outside of the fact that inflation has caused the dollar to decrease in value. Like if you look through what people were averagely making and how much things cost, it has only gotten worse. Like things are more expensive and people are still making the same amount of money. And it's been getting that way every year over and over again. And even if there's like a 10% increase in income, housing costs increase by like 250%. So it's just like always disproportionate. And then so the average American is always in a worse position.
And if they screw up, they lose their jobs. And they always have to be careful because if they do something weird, they say something weird to their coworker or their boss, they're going to lose their job. If you lose some
that's the same thing on social media.
Followers because of something you say, you'll get other followers. And you have a large following enough where
if the way he's saying like HR, you say something to your coworker and get you fired, bro, yeah, but that's not like a level of difficulty.
Where there's enough of a range of perspectives that people will always be on board for you as long as you're producing content. People who screw up at their jobs and lose their jobs, and maybe there's a recession, there's not a lot of jobs, as could be now.
What would you say is a good job nowadays? I don't know, man. I think that depends on the person and what they want to hold.
They get potentially homeless or worse.
You ever heard of cancel culture?
What's that? Yeah, of course I've heard of it. But how many people have been canceled and came back? I mean, it happens all the time.
That's true.
Boss is not going to be loyal to you if you don't get that thing in on time 5 times.
Okay, but check
you're
it out.
done.
Okay, so listen. But to be able to get that loyal following of people that do follow you, you need to build that over years and years and years and hours of trust and communication and intimate relationships with your audience.
Okay, so
that's not something that's just given to you. You don't just fall into 1 million subscribers, 2 million subscribers, 3 million subscribers.
Of course not. It takes work.
Yeah, I mean, in a non-parasocial way, it's like I don't want to say it's like building a friendship because it's not, but it's building a level of connection with your audience where they like back you.
For sure. Yeah. But like what you guys are talking about in terms of like the toll it takes.
When are you playing Slime Rancher again? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Today's Reacts. Tomorrow we're doing random games in Peak. Tuesday we'll probably do more. Maybe Tuesday. And then I'm gone the 25th or the 30th.
Takes on you. A large part of it, and let me tell you something. I'm a little older than you guys. So a large part of it is just general angst.
I'm a little older than you guys. But let's just say I can hang out with the young dogs, man. We're bros.
From being young, and you just happen to have a camera in front of you and like talking to people or whatever. But at the same time, like, you're doing exactly what most people are doing, which is dealing with life stuff, and that's normal. Like the mental toll that it takes dealing with people and getting comments and this and that, that's what everybody deals with. But you don't have to wake up at 6 in the morning and get to your job and then be there and like be on the whole time, no matter what. Anyone who has a 9 to 5 has to do that.
I said, what do you do?
Well, I'm a college professor, so. I have to do that same
so
sort
you
of.
just gotta come in and teach the same shit for the next 10, 15 years?
Yes, you're right.
Come on, bro.
We already know what you're doing. We have to produce new shit every day.
For me in particular, to Silky's point, you're a college professor, so you're essentially reteaching the same curriculum to the same students.
That I had to take years to learn, but
you know
yes.
what I'm saying? But I started making content when I was 12 years old.
Okay.
It started out playing Call of Duty trick shotting. I don't think anybody.
Have you ever? I don't think anybody right here could hit a fucking 720 YY right now.
Anybody in this room could hit a crane shot. I don't know anything. On this room could quick scope.
I don't know if that's something to be proud of, but okay.
So I had to do that for 4 years,
okay.
Right? And then I'm like, okay. Then I had to do YouTube for 4 years,
okay.
Right?
Right.
And then I had to do FaZe Clan, build FaZe Clan out, fix FaZe Clan, and then do streaming.
Okay.
So
with how many?
I will say his arc's crazy because the majority of guys that he was with at his time fucking fell off like crazy, bro. The majority of them don't even do social media anymore. Like he has gone like full circle content-wise, where like he's as big. He's bigger than he was when I watched him when I was 10.
People helping you?
How many people helping me?
Yeah.
Come on now. For which stages?
All of them. There were a lot. You had a team.
When I was
it just you? Like
no.
Okay.
It was just me. There's receipts of this.
It wasn't built on the shoulders of anyone?
There's receipts on YouTube.
No, not in early YouTube. It was just you. Then it was just you. Like 2016 and before, bro, most motherfuckers were editing their own videos. I will say the quality of the content was worse because of it. Like all your Minecraft YouTubers that you watched, it was just like slap on an intro, outro, maybe do some light chopping, and it was just like just raw recording basically. But that's why all of those guys that gained popularity was basically solely off personality.
Okay, well, where did YouTube come from?
Like now you see a lot of anti-social YouTubers that kind of like put all of their effort into the editing and like post-production aspect, and they're still really entertaining. And I love that they have that space. But like you can't really have that many, like pre-2016, 2015, not many YouTubers were like in that realm where they weren't the literal face and personality of their content.
How did YouTube become so easy? Because a bunch of people worked their butts off 9 to 5, making it a thing. And if it didn't exist, you couldn't press play, you couldn't press record, and then just talk.
The fact that you have a campus to teach on. Then boom, there you go.
Right, but I also had to spend years earning my credentials and mastering.
And I did it.
Come on, guys. Your credentials are playing video games. I play video games on my spare time. Come on, guys.
So you just want to get paid to play video games. It's okay. We understand.
I mean, yeah, no, the credentials he had to have to become a doctor. Or basically, you need to be a doctorate professor. Like, I don't know what he teaches, but becoming a college professor is pretty hard. Like, it's different from, like, an adjunct where you have, like, a master's and you teach one class, you know, per year and you get paid, like, part-time salary.
I'm Vicky, and my perspective...
Like, most of my college professors had 4 degrees. Like... I remember my History of Modern Philosophy 2 professor had 2 bachelors in philosophy because he had to get one at one university and they didn't take it at another one because he went to construction and then went back. So he had 2 different bachelors for philosophy from 2 different universities. He had a sculpting master's degree, a doctorate of philosophy, and then something else. And I was like, that's like 20 years of schooling. That's like 20 years of schooling for him to just be like a college professor. And he got a sculpting degree in Italy. He got a fucking like philosophy degree for like a bachelor's degree from like Temple. And then he went to like UPenn or somewhere. I don't even know where. And then he got a fucking doctorate.
Is coming.
Like, god damn, dude. That's just like, imagine having to get 2 bachelors in the same field.
From a hair and makeup artist, physical job. Doesn't seem like any of you guys can even compete with the physicality.
Brother.
You guys just,
I know how to do a 3-strand braid.
Just sitting on your butt and talking into a microphone.
We don't know.
Very different than having to get up in the morning, carry all of your gear. You've got to carry all of your hair, makeup, all of your...
What? Okay, I would get the argument she's making if she was like a carpenter or like a union worker, like construction, you know? Like, I think the physical labor aspect of a hairdresser is not nearly like that. This is just a bad point to make. I think her foundational point is like, I don't want to fuck people's hair up, right? I want to do a good job. I have the stress of like satisfying customers to a personal level to where they won't come back to me even more so. Like, I rely on individual customers more than you rely on a viewer. If I lose 10 viewers, that's not that big of a deal. If she loses 10 customers, she's just out fucking 10% of her salary. So that's the point she should make. Her saying she has to lug her hair care products to work is,
all of your supplies, you have to haul it around, get up early in the morning, you have...
When I do my I don't know, man. I don't like that. I agree with her opinion, but the points they're making is so bad. Like, why is this? Yeah, you're hauling what? What the fuck?
You stand on your feet all day. You never sit down.
I hear you.
That's true. That's true. I'll say that. I'll agree with that. Just having to stand for 8 hours alone sucks. Having to be like a cashier at a grocery store and you're just standing is ass. Like, I get to sit crisscross applesauce. Hell, I could stream in my pajamas if I wanted to.
You're breathing in toxic chemicals all day.
All right, can I talk?
Hairspray.
Listen, so your whole thing.
So it's dangerous.
Listen,
Your job
chill.
isn't dangerous.
So
your job isn't physically taxing. You're just talking into a microphone.
What do you mean? I have a 3-foot lava lamp behind me that could explode at any moment. Talk about danger factor. I literally have a hot lava behind me.
Listen. So your whole thing. Your whole thing is we can't do what you do, right?
It's not physical. I'm saying that a 9-to-5 job where you physically have to do some hauling around stuff.
So physically, I physically
you're
can't
just
haul
talking
around
into a
bags of like makeup. You physically could never trick shot. You could not hit a crane shot. You can't 1080. You can't hold a controller and make a 200K montage. You can't. Man. No one in here can. Come on, man. None of you can.
Okay, I know he's like semi-serious, semi-joking, but he is right in the same effect where it's like she's saying you couldn't do the physical labor. I think he could. Like, Adapt's pretty in shape, but she couldn't do what he does.
But you can go carry some hair and makeup. And you have to do that for 12 hours a day.
Yes.
12 hours a day? Why is she saying the haul? Like, when I get my hair done, like, dude, they work hard. But I wouldn't, if I walked up to, like, anybody that cuts hair and I was like, what's the hardest part of your job? I don't think any of them, out of 100 people, I don't think any of them are like, yeah, I got to haul all these combs. Yeah, I got to fucking bring all my hair care products. Like, they'd probably be like, no, probably the fact that I'm standing cutting hair for fucking 10 hours. That's what's ass.
Actually, yes.
You're thinking of 4 days they had a trick shot. You're thinking 4 days they had a trick shot.
Actually, yes, I would have to do that.
And then your day is never done. When you're done doing that, is your job done? Do you have to go shopping and replace all of the things that you use?
No. Listen,
you have to clean.
Yeah, actually, no, yeah, you do. I mean, like, you're always trying to, fucking search for new games, buying products. When I have to do the Amazon review, I have to set all of them up. I have to set up all the products. When I go do an alcohol review, I have to go to 10 different liquor stores to buy different alcohol and lug them, and that weighs 100 pounds. Like, I'm not arguing that this is harder. Her points are just fucking terrible. This is how I don't agree with the phase guys, but all of the people they're arguing against are like actually making the worst possible points.
Vicky,
all of your gear.
You don't know about dry streaks. You don't know about hit markers.
But when you're done, you're
you
done.
don't know about if the Elgato wasn't on.
When
Can
you're done, you're
imagine
done.
these things?
Oh my God, disable resample.
If I rendered my video in Vegas and I sent the editor the clips without disabling and resample.
Oh my God.
My montage is fucked. Your main underlying argument here is what you do is physically
daily, day to day.
Okay. Your main thing is what you do is physically more taxing and hard than what any of us
and
do.
dangerous.
I could say the same thing. You cannot physically trick shot. You could never. I would go as far as
her job is not more dangerous. Her job is not more dangerous than being a streamer. I will hard disagree with anybody that tries to say that. Like, you could say being like a union man job or carpentry, but her saying she works with chemicals, like, we're not in the 1950s. You're not using lead makeup. Like the female streamers, I mean, it's hard. Like, if there was a woman streamer here, I think that's where she would butt in and be like, I literally have people that stalk me, right? Like, I think that, because it's guys, that's not being a point that's being made in response. But, like, you saying you work with makeup, she could cut herself. You could die as a streamer in a lot of other ways, yeah. Like,
how many hours a day do you trick shot? How many hours a day do you trick shot? How many hours?
When I was trick shotting, it was 12 hours a day. It was however long I needed to.
12 hours he would trick shot? Bro, that sounds so boring. Oh my God. Trying to land a crane shot for 12 hours straight.
How long I
Bro. 12 hours a day
however long I needed to hit a clip.
12 hours a day, every day.
5 seconds.
And that clip is...
He carries a Barrett 50 cal and he jumps off of stuff.
I would have to get on Call of Duty, turn my sense all the way up to 10-10. I would have to get to last. I would have to pray to God that he would be in the right spot, throw the concussion. Now I got to have my rotations down.
Dead zones. Talk about the dead zones.
Talk about dead zones.
Stick drip.
Thing is, for the most part, but that is not all YouTubers that are doing something physical. A lot of it is just talking.
Most YouTubers... I would say most YouTubers are doing harder work than streamers. That's a point. I would say that, like, cinema, like, who's a YouTuber that's a great example? Johnny Harris. I will say, I don't think any streamer has a harder job than any YouTuber. I think Johnny Harris's job and Mark Rober's job is harder than a 9-to-5. He pumps out, like, heavily edited, researched, peer-reviewed, like, videos about history and maps, and he has to get his hand on documents, and, like, oh, Ryan Trahan, too. Like, Like, those guys that do not, like, I always say streamers and my YouTube content as well is fast food. I post every day. And while that seems like I'm more active and I'm doing more effort, it's not. It's like I have a lot of volume, but lower effort than they do. Their job is like, hey, I'm going to release 12 videos a year, and if they flop, I'm broke. And they put all of every day for a month, they're going, I'm putting my effort into this specific video. Like when Casey Neistat was like, you know, obviously posting, but like those guys that do that level of content that's such high quality where it's almost like movie-esque, and they usually have degrees in like cinematography. Cinematography is when it's hard.
Yeah, but she also said it was dangerous. We could walk around IRL stream, and someone could rob us or kill us.
I gotta.
Wait.
They're laughing, but that's happened recently.
I've gotten a pumpkin thrown on my head by a crackhead.
A crackhead ran up to him on stream and almost
died.
Almost
Because
decapitated
he quoted
him
his
when he
thoughts.
Yeah.
When did a crackhead throw a pumpkin at Jason? All right, I gotta piss real quick. Then we're gonna lock in. We gotta finish this fucking video. We need to get into the other videos. Count me down 30 seconds. All right, lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. TV for the raid, Sleepy, A, Salty, Jan, Big, and Spizzy for the sub. Sus for the 3. Which is starter streamer fighting in a war. Fighting in a war. What? Chris, Mexi, and Jero for the sub. Seaman for the sub. Laxative for the 3. He was on a picnic date, and somebody thought he was somebody else and picked up a pumpkin off the cloth and smashed it over his head. What, they like thought he was somebody they didn't like?
My name is Thelma. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am very occupational. My last job, I worked as a librarian with elementary school children.
So
I have been an executive secretary, legal.
Very quiet, peaceful.
Yes, yes, all that. You know, because it's who you are. That you know, we create social media all the time because that's what we are. We're 9-to-5ers, and we interact and have energy with people. Where I don't think that you guys have that.
We have energy.
Are you serious?
You have false energy because you're across the screen. You're not interacting with people like we do.
So what are we doing right now?
Interacting?
What are we doing right now?
You're doing it now because we're doing a video.
So wait, isn't she debating for us? That's making it harder for us.
Do you know that there's...
Again, a terrible point. Why did none of these people that they got in this round circle come up with any fucking points, like, before they went into this? That there's no energy? How are you claiming that your job's harder with energy when you're a librarian? Like, we need to get a lawyer in this job. Can we get somebody that's, like, going to be able to make an argument? Like, this is just bad. Like, this is just a bad argument.
There's millions of people.
Now, I'm not gonna have all y'all gang up on me.
There's millions of people who watch the video and save lives every day. Probably more than doctors.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, God, this is getting painful to watch.
There's people that literally stay alive because they want to watch our videos.
You know about going out to the clubs at night, staying out till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, trying to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning so you can get dressed.
So you was having fun.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
So, but I'm saying it's like you guys don't do the interaction. You don't touch people like this.
Okay, now.
What kind of shit's going on?
You go to the club, you get to put some shades on, and you go by your day to work. We can't do that because we have thousands of people.
But is
you're
that
drunk,
your choice?
You're high. You're
But is
hungover.
that
Just
your
get off
choice?
screen. We don't want to see you like this.
But is that your choice?
We don't like you like this. Why are you doing this?
That's weird because my audience does the exact opposite. You guys try to peer pressure me into doing drugs and drinking. That's a little weird. I don't know. That's weird. That's not what I have on my audience.
But is that your choice? You chose that. You chose this life.
That's the thing. We can't.
And that's what's happening now. That's what's happening now with the whole world. It's a total disconnect. When you have a 9 to 5, you dealing with people. You touching people's hearts, souls, mind. No, you are not.
Do you know how many names we meet a day?
I agree that I agree with Silky there. I think I'm not even bragging. Like I don't know about Silky and his work. Like I'm not gonna speak for him, but like her saying she touches more people than streamers do. I think that's wrong. I think doctors entirely different story, but I would argue that a streamer that cares about their audience is doing more mentally than a librarian. And that's just like I do charity streams. I'm not trying to like say I'm like this righteous person, but like I raise money for charity. I'm a suicide prevention advocate. I make like mental health videos. Like not a lot of streamers do that, so I'm not speaking for them, but I'm saying like I try to do and proactively help my audience out in some way that I could, right? And I'm not trying to get dubs for that. I think I think that's the bare minimum, man. No, seriously. I understand people try to give me praise for that. Like I think that if you're a streamer, you're in a spot like, and I learned that. I always say I used to be a narcissist, right? Like I used to be somebody that thought I was the shit and cared about myself. I think when you have a platform, you should be doing it doesn't have to be mental health specifically, but like pick something that you care about and can push forth to where like you're making a positive impact. Because like I feel better about my position now than I do looking back at like me when I was, 18, 19, just being a dickhead. Like, and I was just doing it for the money, doing it for that. Like, I think I feel better waking up during the day and being like, okay, I'm actually doing something that's like positive. Ginger for the 3. I think that they're right in the fact that the office job is easier than streaming, but it's not easier than something that's like a blue-collar worker. Yaba for the sub vapor for the 1,700 biddies. I have autism, depression, and other stuff. Struggled with school. Your streams really helped me get my work done. I listened to them doing homework. It made my life so much easier. I'm going to college next year, and your content's been amazing. Always makes me laugh when I'm sad. Love you, Joe. Well, thank you for the 1,700 biddies. I'm glad I'm able to help, and I hope you're doing all right mentally. Laxative for the 3. Already with that. Jan for the sub.
Look, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, and I respect what you do.
Do you watch any entertainment?
Oh my God.
Of course I watch entertainment. I got kids. I got grandkids.
Do you ever laugh?
Of course I laugh.
So then the
We're
interaction.
touching them.
But the interaction is not real.
Did it make you feel better?
When I'm watching
Wait, did it make you feel better?
What make me feel
Have you
better?
ever
It all
watched-
depends on
Have you ever been entertained?
It
Have you
all
ever been
depends
entertained
on
and been like,
what's coming.
oh, I feel good?
Some of it is
I got a
fake.
banger right now.
Some of it is fake.
You see, you're not answering.
So now let me.
Okay, well let me answer your because I'm debating him.
Okay, yeah.
But go ahead.
Right after this, I got you. Right
Okay,
now.
all
Go
right.
ahead.
Come on.
So when you're entertained, have you ever felt like your day was better if you watched something? You've never felt like that?
Yeah, sure.
So what's the difference with us?
The difference with you is that you guys would do this 24/7. That's all you.
Did somebody redeem Eat an Edible? What the fuck are you guys spamming? I never saw that shit.
Yeah.
Do you know? You just like.
Who redeemed it?
Wait a minute. Somebody.
Oh, Gavin actually redeemed it? Oh, shit. If Gavin's fine with me eating a half, I'll eat it.
He made a comment about, oh, I can't even go out with my girlfriend, or I can't even go out in public.
That's right.
I can go out in public and be seen.
So it's
You know what?
easier.
I'm a very social person.
Eat the whole thing, then refund it. Nope.
I'm very popular in where I do and where I am. I do social media.
I'm saying what we do has not affected.
Oh, Jesus Christ. And then this other kid fucking redeems it. I gotta raise how many channel points that is. It's Keg for the subtweet over the 3. 95 people have to recognize streaming as a job before wondering if it's harder than 9 to 5. Most of the people that are especially old, batshit crazy don't understand that it's a job. Well, I still think a 9 to 5 is harder, but I think that people that do social media do get a lot of shit in that like their job doesn't get perceived as real. Like I'm not even saying within my own family, but like friends, family members, or just people I interact with that are like over the age of 50. Like usually go, so what do you do for work? And I'm like I do social media, I post like YouTube videos and I mainly stream. Like that's my response. And they'll go, oh, you get paid for that? Oh, you get paid for that? Yeah. Oh, so that's like work. Yeah. So you like stream. You know what you play video games and they pay you and people watch that. And it's like always demeaning when they say that. They're like, oh, people watch you? Like, I wouldn't watch that. Why would I watch that? Yeah, because you're fucking 55. Yeah, because you're fucking 60 years old and you're old as fuck. You watch Wheel of Fortune, right? You watch Days of Our Lives. You watch soap operas, right? That's why you don't watch streamers. Yeah, you don't watch YouTube. Yeah. Oh, the YouTubes? Yeah. No, you don't watch YouTube.
Expected people is not real. How come when I go out in public?
Wheel of Fortune's good, though. Unfortunate Stray. Yeah, Brady's learning new tech for Wheel of Fortune guesses. Brother's obsessed with hyper niche fucking activities and skills. Brady takes play-by-play notes on Jeopardy. He literally immediately said Jeopardy's better. Brady, you know when you see like old people that go to baseball games and like record stat sheets? That's Brady with Jeopardy. That was a good guess. A little far off there.
Like, and I meet someone and they're like, "Oh my God, wait."
Moonshoe redeemed it. If a refund Gavin, if Moonshoe's fine with me eating half all you have, otherwise refund it.
Videos growing up.
Dude, it's 3 p.m.
My childhood, I used to watch you
With their
every
hands
single
shaking.
day.
Their hands shaking.
Like you were my child. You know how like we grew up watching Disney Channel?
Yep.
I've had kids
Ben
come
10.
up hundreds of times throughout years of my life. Have kids come up to me and say these things. So
Okay.
I will say, do you think kids watch like TV anymore? Not even like even if it's on streaming shows. Do you think kids between like 8 and 10 like watch? Because I remember when I was like 11 or 12, I started watching YouTube, but I still watch like, you know, Jessie or like the older Nickelodeon or Disney shows, like Disney XD and stuff. And they were good shows. Like, do you think that people watch those now? 3 of them redeemed. Okay, mods, figure out who to refund. I'm just going to eat half of one. I'm not doing this shit anymore. We're eating half of one. There it is. It's also the last in the bag. I'll eat a little more. That's half. That's a fucking semicircle if I've ever seen one. Oh, it's not half. Fuck. I don't want to be that high right now. I'm not. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing.
Robbie?
Bro, I know people keep redeeming it. Brady's redeeming it and then refunding himself every time because he has 20 million channel points that he scammed from you guys.
I'm a server at an Italian restaurant.
Come on, bro. Life's easy.
Oh, that's not...
I'm a server at an Italian restaurant? I'll be like, where do you work? Olive Garden.
Fair.
Robbie with 1B. Haven't seen that before.
Same menu makes the same food every day, bro.
First thing I'm going to say is nobody's going to say being a nurse isn't hard. Because my aunt was. That is the most difficult shit. How are you going to
That's the hardest job. Wait, his mom's a nurse and he says it's harder? Now, being somebody that has to work at a hospital is just immediately, like, the worst job.
Disrespect your mom like that,
she
dude.
is right now.
You're going to disrespect your mom and say that your work is harder? That is so rude, honestly.
She works 2 of them.
Okay,
she works at 2 hospitals.
Let me ask you something.
She said it's mad easy. She can work at 2 hospitals.
No disrespect. No disrespect, but what you do, I'm not your target audience. So break it down for me, because I don't even get it.
Oh, my God.
Let me ask you something.
You just said I'm not your target audience because I'm black. That's what you just said.
No, it's because he's not 13.
You won't watch me because I'm black. And this is what I'm talking about. It's harder.
He has to get judged every
I got to get judged every day. Everybody thinks I'm a hoodlum. I'm a nice guy.
He's a jolly dude.
I can't get a job because I got tats. I used to work at Costco's. I had the greatest 401k granted to me. That means that when I retire, I get the biggest stipend of my life. Do you know?
Yeah, but you don't get that shit till you're 59 and a half.
I could just sit there and just meat pack all day just to really realize it, what, maybe 20 years?
Bro, Silky, what the fuck are you arguing? Oh my God. Yeah, you get a good ass 401k. That shit ain't hitting until you're fucking a great grandparent. You're working for the next 40 years. What do you mean? Well, now it's actually 65. Didn't they? It was 59 and a half, right?
On millions because I worked that.
Depends if you're in the union too. Nah, it's different. Varies by place.
Costco's?
Yeah, Will.
Okay.
I didn't have to
grandparent, not great grandparent.
Interact with nobody, just packing meat.
Yeah,
Whoa, come on, bro.
Hey.
Is what you do fun?
I mean,
Do you enjoy what you do?
If I make it fun,
Do you make it fun?
I could make it fun.
Yes or no? Is what you do fun?
Not everything's fun.
What isn't fun? Break it down for me. What do you do in a day? We'll swap stories. What do you do in a day?
Okay, so it's very stressful, right?
All right, so I wake up at around like 11 a.m. Then I might order like a bacon, egg, and cheese. Probably sit on my phone, take a shit. Then I'm probably going to maybe work out for like an hour. Wow. Bacon, egg, and cheese? Yeah, no, I eat bacon, egg, and cheeses. Actual schedule, this is what I'll give you guys a rundown of what I do every day. Wake up. Varies depending on the day. If I'm streaming at 4:30, I wake up earlier in the summer than I do the winter because I stream later. So now, wake up at like 10. Probably like 9:30. Make breakfast. Actually, no, I don't make breakfast. I wake up at 9:30. I take a shit. Check socials. Then I go do work on my computer for like an hour, right? Uploading videos, scheduling streams on my calendar, right? Figuring out what I want to do for that week. Then I'll go eat, right? Or I'll film an ad or do some other shit. Then I'll go eat. Now it's probably like 11:30. Then I will either like meal prep, do other shit that I have to do, grocery shopping, laundry, blah, 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 in that gap. Do a little bit more work, probably call my manager. Gym. Stream for however long. Or set up stream for however long, end stream. Do probably another 2 hours of work. Like, probably, like, same thing. Like, video session tabs, going through on bands. Right, just, like, monotonous shit. Scheduling other stuff, ordering shit, tech problems. I gotta call Brady, like, every other week because something stops working. Then I'll eat again. Take another shit, probably. Then it's probably around, you know, in the winter, it's probably around, like, midnight now. But in the summer, it's probably around, like, 8 or 9. Probably 9, maybe 10. Then if I have any other work, like ads I have to film, TikToks I have to make, philosophy videos I want to record, I'll do that. And then I'll probably eat an edible, get really high, and play video games. No shower? No, that's after I poop. I shower at night after stream. So but that, I mean, sometimes before, it depends if I'm working out that day.
Not fun at all. Because this dude was talking for 20 minutes about playing video games.
Whoa. It sounds like you're jealous, I'm not gonna lie. But
you're on his diesel.
Okay, so look, right?
So I'm jealous of a harder job.
No.
Oh!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
hey, that was sarcasm. You didn't read it.
No. He just made a good point. That was the first good point that's been made in a 30-minute video. Why would I be jealous of a harder job?
No, I'd like to.
No. Listen to the time that I wake up. I wake up maybe 3, 4 p.m. Know what I'm saying? I'm already drowsy because I just.
3, 4 p.m.? Brother, the day's over. How do people get up that fucking late? Bro, Zeusy does that. Zeusy hours, bruh. Waking up at 4, going to the gym, streaming at like 9 to like 2 in the morning. What the fuck?
Wake up maybe 3, 4 p.m.
That's probably what Queso does. Because Queso streams the fucking graveyard shift. That motherfucker goes live at 10. EST. And I'm pretty sure he isn't I think he's not West Coast. He's probably like MST, Mountain Time. So he's probably going live like 9 his time. Gets done at like 2. Fuck that.
Know what I'm saying?
Silky starts stream at 11 p.m.
I'm already drowsy.
Dude, that's just depressing, man. In the winter. In the summer, it's different because the sun don't set till late. But like, dude, you wake up at 4 p.m., like, Zeusy will wake up when the sun has set in New Jersey. Like, in New Jersey, in the winter, the sun sets at 4:30. 4:30. So if you're waking up bro, that's, like, just sucky just to wake up that late.
Because I just smoked the night before. You know why I gotta smoke? Because I just deal with thousands of people. I don't even like people. I gotta deal with thousands of them.
No,
let him stay. You gonna stay for this, right?
Wait, but you still haven't described what you've done other than smoking pot and waking up at 4.
No, okay, wake up.
Yo, nah, this guy is fucking hilarious. I mean, he's real.
Up at 4 p.m., right? Now wake up, I gotta brush my teeth, right? Gotta make sure, cause I got.
Oh my God, why are you mentioning that? That's not a part of this schedule, bruh. If I'm actually, I understand. I was like, oh, wake up, take a shit. If I'm actually talking about like what I do on a given basis, I'm in my day-to-day tasks. I'm not going, I gotta brush my teeth. You know, I gotta fucking, I gotta probably clean the dishes that are in the sink.
Comments now.
Take a shower.
He don't brush his grills. What does his real teeth look like? I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure that my yeah.
He got Chanel earrings like a bad bitch.
And there's girls in his chat too sometimes. So
yeah. You know what I'm saying?
See him.
I gotta make sure I'm freshly saving. I'm not saving for this video. I already know what's gonna happen. It's about to be negative comments. Yo, shave that little scruffy shit on your face. Cool.
Silky got fat.
Now I have to game Marvel Rivals for probably 1 to 2 hours before stream. You know why? Because I don't get to game it for after work. Like I could just game it after work, bro. I can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't just do that, right? After I do that, now I gotta sit here and plan with somebody what I'm gonna do for the stream today. Oh, looks like we got no content. All right, let's see if we could just scrubble something around.
No content, no money.
No content, no money. Now look, probably by 8 or 9 p.m., I'm still probably thinking I gotta do something for stream. My mind is fried.
You know what's crazy?
My mind
9 p.m. for him? Oh, I did my work
today.
I did my work today.
You took the same boss already.
You're going to sleep.
What? Do I don't want to hog the space here too much, but do you know the expression, give a man enough rope?
You're losing me.
No, I don't know this. I don't know.
Basically, you're talking yourself into a hole, man. Okay, my turn. I'll be brief.
Wait, give a man a rope.
What is he?
Wait,
it means,
is that racist?
Wow.
Get this racist out of here. He has no social cues.
Right.
Oh, you're back?
Baby, I want to say to you.
Rhonda.
I'm your black auntie.
Yeah.
That's what I want to say. You say you don't like people. It's all about relationships that you got with people. So when you say shit like that, do you really mean that?
Do I not like people?
You said,
I'm an introvert. I'd rather be in my own space. I'd rather be by myself.
And that's okay. But what is it that you're doing that's helping other people?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Saving lives. I'm a superhero.
He's a hero.
I'm a superhero, no cape.
I think Jason will make good points. I believe in Jason. I believe Jason will make one good point for the streamer argument that it's harder.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
You look great.
That's right. I'm Thelma again.
I believe 9 to 5 is harder. I mean, fuck.
Dreaming is so much harder. Why are you doing it?
I can't.
Money. Another crazy point. Money. That would be the I see, dude, I don't know, man. Like, this is why I hate when there's debates like this, where it's, did Mods rug pull predictions again? Chat, why are you betting on a prediction on a React day? Let's be real. Chat. I don't know what the prediction was, but whatever it was, I'm not doing anything that requires a prediction.
Can't have a public relationship because of the public eye and how they judge my relationships. I had a breakup with a girlfriend that I loved so dearly because I chose streaming.
So my question.
I loved her.
My question.
I loved her, and you're laughing.
My question again. If you think it's so much harder, why are you doing it?
Because I'm passionate about it.
Okay, so you love it.
I mean, just saying money. Like, that's the end. That's the end. If you're like real, yeah, you're passionate about it. You like the job, but it also is like, it pays well. Like, that's why most kids today are like, I want to be a streamer. Yeah, they think it's easier than it actually is, but it's also, they're saying that because they're like, I gotta get paid well to play video games.
You love streaming. So do you love it more than you loved that girlfriend?
That's what I had to decide.
Oh.
I had to make sacrifice, and
So
that's
you-
what you have to do.
so you lost
with
the
streaming.
human touch.
But guess what? If I had a 9 to 5,
lost the human
if I was
touch
flipping burgers,
for-
I could have had a
a girlfriend still.
But you lost the human touch for the streaming.
Being a streamer, you have to be judged on thousands of people's opinions every single day. 9 to 5 person, maybe one, two, three.
Okay, and then back to my point. Is that your choice? Was that your choice?
But that's not the point, though. The point
No,
is
that's my point. That's my point.
Streaming is harder
Was
than 9 to 5.
that
That's the point.
you gave up your girlfriend for streaming? Come on now.
Shit, he ran up a bag. He
Yeah.
ran up a
I
bag.
ain't gonna lie,
You did
I
it for a bag.
But the thing is, it comes to a point. Do I pick love and a future with someone I care dearly for? Or do I pick
something that I
future
love?
Something that I'm
Why couldn't he do both? I'm very confused. Why can't he have a girlfriend?
passionate about emotion. I pick
You don't have to be single in the social space.
emotion.
Lala Costa.
Lala Costa? Amazing name.
Too many parasocials? What, bothering him?
Thank you. I'm an attorney.
She makes a percent off people's.
Or did the girl not want him to be doing social media with him?
Fuck ups.
Wait, is this a lawyer? An attorney. Oh my God, here we go.
Thank you. I'm an attorney.
She makes a percent off people's. Fuck ups.
It depends. She could be a prosecutor. Well, that would be making money off people's fuck ups, or even a defense attorney.
I like that.
If you had an opportunity to get a 9 to 5 that you could create yourself, like whatever you want,
Yes,
9
I
to
would.
5, you would take it?
Yes.
Because why?
Because I don't even.
Because it's easier is the point that he's going to make. If I think a lot of people in the streamer space, I think a lot of people would still rather, I think the one point that you could make is if you were able to get paid the salary of a streamer, but like work at an animal shelter, most people would rather do that than play video games because you're going to feel better about what you're doing, but you're still having that level of profitability. And you don't have the stress of being on social media. Somebody redeemed that. Lawrence, I like for the sub. Spiky for the 5. Edu, Moxie, Skelly, Jeff, Not Anthony for the sub. Wraith Queen, Bev, King, TTV, and Keg for the sub. Tweedle for the 3.
Enjoy streaming anymore.
You don't? What? Come to this side.
No, but I have to because this is what I built my career off of.
You feel stuck.
I feel stuck, yeah.
Have you ever watched it?
I will say, I think a lot of the FaZe guys force themselves to do content that they don't enjoy off of the fact that it's successful for their young audience. Like, I try to do content I like, but I also loop that in with you guys where it's like, I let you guys pick games you want me to play, but I'm not going to play games I don't want to play, right? Like, if I really wanted to get the most viewers, I would do IRL streams. I would do just chatting all the time. Like yesterday, I averaged like 3,000 viewers doing like fucking Jack Smith, but I enjoy that, right? Like you have to have that trade-off where like sometimes you're going to average less viewers, but you're going to have a more niche audience that it just enjoys what you're doing. And so like, I don't know. I mean, if they want to have that trade-off for the money, that's fair. But I think they're also at a point where like, you know, a lot of people make fun of Ninja because like he fell off, but Ninja really does play what he wants to. Similar to like Tyler 1. Like, I understand Tyler 1's put so much time in the league, but, like, Tyler 1 would be the biggest streamer in the fucking world if he did variety. Like, he is the most entertaining guy in the world. I've glazed him for so long. Like, Ninja had a moment where he just streamed Final Fantasy for, like, 6 months and to, like, 1,000 people. He was probably making no money, but that's what he wanted to do. And so, yeah, I think the point Jason's making in that it's harder is, like, sometimes you have to sacrifice, like, what you actually want to do creatively for what would be the most successful. But yeah, I don't know.
A show and you stopped watching it? Have you ever watched a show and you were like,
All the time.
It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have to.
That TV show can't. It's done. What happens to all those actors?
It's
after that?
canceled
They gotta
because I
go to-
stopped watching?
Well, no, I'm saying if thousands
Baby,
of
stop.
thousands of you
Honey.
stop watching.
Well, I think it's the level of consistency more than a TV show. The big goal in streaming and how you're going to make yourself successful is getting people in your daily schedule. That's why I'm so like intensive on telling you guys when I'm going live, what I'm doing that day, and like when my breaks are, because then you'll know, and I'm still posting while I'm gone. Like when I'm gone, the 25th or the 30th, I'm still going to be posting on my gaming and on my main, right? I'm still going to be active in some form because your goal as a social media influencer is getting people in their daily schedule, and once they're out, they're out. Like that's what you have to get them in. Like scheduling is key. Consistency is everything. Edible, I already ate one. Which was such a bad idea in hindsight because it's already fucking hitting me because I had a coffee and a fucking ketone drink and I'm slightly on an empty stomach and I still have like 5 videos after this.
I think you guys are.
I'm not eating another one, Carlos.
Mixing all
Yeah,
the issues.
Cartoon Network. It's like
and
they
not
got millions of
focusing
people.
on-
You guys know what Cartoon Network is?
If your
It's
followers
gone.
stop, would you come up with a different brand then?
All those people are gone. Yeah, but pivot. That's the point.
There's a point where it's too late to pivot though. There's a point where it's too late to pivot. If you fall off so hard, there's a point where you can't return. I think it's really hard to fall off because when you start falling off, you recognize keys and things you need to change, and that's how you tweak your content. Because if you look at my Twitch tracker, there's days, and sometimes you can't really control it, right? Sometimes you're going to have streams that just do bad, right? But if you're, oh wow, it says I'm live right now. Like, you're going to have dips. Like, from July of 2023, I had 1, 2, 3 down months where I halved my viewers. I halved my viewers in 4 months. And that happens, right? And you're going to have dips. Like, I'm at a peak right now. It's going to dip, right? In September, I will lose 30% of my audience. That's just how it is. That's off of scheduling. Outside of that, right, you're going to have some dips content-wise. And when that shit happens, you go, okay, why are people not watching this? What do I need to change? And so you're trying to, like, maintain an overall dedicated viewer average higher and just have those influxes of people that come in and out, like, you know, keep them there, but you want to keep some of those people that come in and make them longtime viewers. That's also just advice. Gunner, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Cyclone, Spiky for the sub. Lawrence for the sub. Bear for the 1,000 buddies. 2 hours late here. Did I miss you? Watch the new Mr. Beast video. We watched it yesterday. Nova for the sub.
Nice to meet you.
I'm a professional model, but
Okay.
I've worked since I was at the age of 14.
Okay.
I was a gamer too.
I just think personally, like I agree with Jason that I think streaming does take a certain more than a 9 to 5, and I also think, you know, everybody in here, right? If you guys all try to be a streamer, right, and then we all try to do what you guys do,
You get L's in your chat.
the probability of everybody here trying to.
He's saying it's not harder to get their jobs. I think the points that the 9 to 5 people are making is it's not harder to get their job. It's harder to do it and keep it. The point Swag's making is that, yeah, if all the people around them tried to be successful streamers, maybe one of them would gain any moderate level of success. All the other ones would fail. Whereas if Ron, Lacey, Adapt, Swag, and Silky and all them needed to get jobs, if they got hired, they'd be able to do it. It's just whether or not they would like it. The argument is isn't whether or not they'll be successful. It's whether or not it's harder. Success and difficulty don't intertwine
Be an attorney
all the time.
Is way higher than somebody making streaming a career.
Absolutely, your job is just got lucky because you're a gamer. You got
Okay,
lucky.
her saying he just got lucky is annoying because that's not true. You get lucky on social media for a peak, and then outside of that, it's consistency to maintain that. Especially if you're somebody that's good at video games, like that's not luck. That's just straight up skill. Like if you're like fucking Shroud. Or, like, people that are just really good. Like, if you're Tens, or you're somebody that, like, it's Timmy, and you're running fucking, like, Apex Legends fucking 0 to max rank in, like, a day. Like, you're just better at video games than everybody. It's not, like, professional athlete level of success or, like, you know, I guess reward. But those guys are, like, real, like, Peterbot. Peterbot's just really good at video games. That's not luck. That's, like, he's the best Fortnite player that has walked this earth. Like, no glaze, he's better than everyone.
Lucky. There's so many people
I
like you
was
out
talented.
there.
It wasn't
These
pure
days,
luck.
everybody's an influencer. Come on.
No. But
So many.
hold on. But specifically, what I do, I'm not posting selfies around the world. You know, it's basically all pure talent.
Yeah, not posting selfies with an affiliate code saying they're partnered with a specific company. That's different from somebody that's actually gaining a salary versus somebody that just gets like a free bathing suit a month from a specific company.
Okay.
Can I just
like claiming you're an influencer doesn't mean you are one. Turn your mic up, dude. Zempic, stop spamming and just turn me up on yourself. Watcher for the sub.
Why is he lucky? Why do we all get lucky though?
What is your talent?
Yeah.
Call of Duty. I was a professional Call of Duty player, like actual like.
So you were
gaming.
sitting at home and you're thinking, what am I going to do with my life while you were gaming? You're like, oh, let's put a camera.
I was 16, so it wasn't really like
yeah,
that.
You weren't really thinking of what should I do with my life? Like, what should I study? What should I like? Where does my life go? You just got lucky.
It's not luck. It's
because-
just he's determined. He knows that's the only route.
He didn't.
He is telling the worst person that he got lucky that he got lucky. Like, Swag was a professional COD player. Like, he was good at COD. That's not luck. That's like practice and skill. Like, that's like, if you're dissing that, then you're just dissing the gaming community and basically saying that anybody who's a professional gamer is basically just like some lucky fuck that got, you know, involved in a game that's paying them for no reason. No, like, gaming and people that are professional gamers in some levels get paid more than athletes. Peter Bot makes more than the WNBA players, right? Peter Bot makes more than like professional tennis players. Like, he just gets more money because people are more interested in it. It has a higher player base of people that want to get successful and respect the level of skill he's had in that game. Similarly, Swag is also just a good gamer. I hate how this video has turned into me just defending FaZe. The entire, like, I was originally like, yeah, no, these guys are going to make terrible points. But now, like, all the people on the round circle is just so bad.
Get lucky. He put in hours.
That's what we do too. We go to
it
school,
wasn't
we
luck.
study.
Everybody's a little bit of luck. I think, you know, people who don't have a job, you know, they feel they want to get lucky by getting a job. So I think people even have
like another thing. They're like, oh, you're not educated. Yeah, like, you could say that, like, you don't need to be educated to be a streamer. You don't need to be educated to have a majority of 9-to-5s, right? Like, Ludwig has like 2 degrees. Saikuno has a math master's, I'm pretty sure. I have a philosophy degree. You could just start listing streamers that have bachelor's, master's, or doctorates in random things. Yeah, they don't use them, but they still have that level of, like, knowledge.
A job is some sort of luck.
He said, how many people of us could do this? No, it's luck. It's 1 of a million because for whatever reason.
How is that luck? If 1 out of a million, that one has to be the best. So how are you going to dismiss all his hard work and all of his talent?
Is he the best?
I got four. Last year. No. Let me get my statistics. There was over 300,000 people that played Warzone last year. This is the game that I play.
Okay.
I got 4th. So I was a top 12 player across the entire world.
And you're telling him
so that's not luck. That's like pure skill.
So you're dismissing. Is Michael Jordan lucky? Is LeBron James lucky?
Yes.
Are they lucky?
I mean,
no,
they have a talent. They have a talent.
They had a team. So what?
You can't say LeBron James is lucky. You can't say LeBron James is lucky. That motherfucker's been in the NBA long enough to where his kid is old enough to also be in the NBA. That motherfucker's had like a 2-decade career.
You know how many talented
that is not luck.
people out there and don't get the chance.
Oh my God, I'm not arguing about whether or not LeBron James is lucky and that's why he's an NBA player.
And
genetically gifted, yes, which is luck. But, like, I mean, bro, like, the hours put in.
Don't get the shot at it.
I don't want to take up his time. So he's not talented?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you just said.
You just said.
What he did
I
to get
said
to where
a
he
lot
is.
of people are talented, don't get the shot to do what he does.
That's true. That's true. There are streamers, and I will say this. I think there's streamers right now that have 50 viewers that are more entertaining than the top 100 streamers. But they don't get the level of recognition that they need. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that the people at the top, like Swag, like Adapt, like Ron, aren't entertaining, right? Yeah, like Nolan is a great example. I think Small Fry is a great example. Chris, Zusi, like, I love the guys I stream with, right? Like, I always raid them because I support them and I think that they deserve success.
Make it to the NBA.
But I didn't even get a shot. It was, well, I did it off the strength of me. You know, there was no one who gave me a shot or anything like that. I simply was just, you dead ass?
Yo, you being serious?
Shot or anything. Yeah. But I didn't even get a shot. It was, well, I did it off the strength of me. You know, there was no one who gave me a shot or anything like that. I simply was just, you dead ass?
Yo, you being serious?
Why you laughing?
Why are they laughing, bro?
It's not luck. I've been doing this for 13 years. I uploaded 3,000 videos. 2,000 was I edited myself while I went to college, worked a job, and still went to school.
And yeah,
so that's not. I mean, if that's fucking,
on he is making the best points out of all of them. He's making the best points out of all of them.
If that's luck,
where's the luck at in that equation?
Again,
is there a percentage? We are all lucky in some way, right? If we all have a job, we're lucky in some sort of way. But
God bless.
Off of specific pure talent.
I mean, we're all lucky in one way or another, just in the fact that, like, there's always going to be somebody that's in a worse situation than yourself, like, regardless of who you are. If you live in the United States, you are in a better situation than other people, like, just by a lot, like, just literally by the fact that you were born here, right? Like, there are kids that are being forced into child labor in different countries. Like, you could argue that there's people that are starving to death on specific islands and having literally, like, way more impoverished levels, worse lives than you. But that's just, like, neither here nor there. So, like, the idea of luck in streaming, it's there, but it's also like that doesn't diminish the fact that he made himself where he is.
And I worked on that since I was 16.
Again, I work.
Yeah, same thing. She's a model. Like, you maintain the level of looks that you have, but, like, not everybody can be a model just off of how you're genetically gifted. Like, you're born lucky because you're born attractive, right? Like, I think everybody has their own level of attractiveness as well, so I don't want to diminish anybody that thinks that they're unattractive, but it's the same thing if it's like models are usually universally genetically, you know, symmetrical, and they have the right features and dimensions to where they're able to live and, you know, model for companies that think that they fit that narrative.
Work with many talented people. I'm not saying about you.
Yeah.
Just talk in general. And there's so many people that are very talented, never get a shot because they don't do the right thing. They don't go the right path. They don't meet the right people. So there are so many even talented actors here. They never get a shot. So I'm just saying it's pure luck.
It wasn't luck. I just saw an opportunity and just genuinely took it. It wasn't a handout. It was simply just, you know what, I'm talented at Call of Duty.
I think it'd be different if he was like what's a better, I don't want to like throw names out, but like who's somebody that got luck? Like, it's luck if you're getting like handed your viewers from another streamer. That's luck. I think dedication is, if you're able to build yourself up and you got lucky off a few videos popping off, is a lot different than like if you got like the #1 YouTuber or streamer that like grew up in your hometown with you and does videos with you. Like, then like you're lucky off of association. That's different from like, oh yeah, my video did well because the algorithm was that fucking perfect audience that saw those videos with the right thumbnail, the right timing, and everything was in the right spot, and you got lucky, versus like, yeah, my boy just fucking handed me 20,000 viewers.
Dude, this is what I want to do. It took me 8 years to make it a career. Is there something funny?
It's a freaking video game.
It's a talent.
Permission to dick ride? Hey, he's made tens of millions of dollars playing video games.
I think the worst thing they did was get a bunch of old heads here because they don't get it. Like, I still agree that a 9-to-5's harder, but like they're getting old people that don't understand video games and just go, it's a frickin' video game. I played Pac-Man. I played Pong. I know how this works. I had an Atari. Yeah, it's a lot different now when a video game controller has 45 different inputs and your ass doesn't even know how to fucking walk straight, let alone turn around and aim a gun in, right? Like, getting professional level in video games is sometimes fractionally harder statistically than going pro in a sport. And then you could get into, like, I'm not saying all sports by any means. I think becoming a professional athlete is a lot harder. But in certain video games, there's such a high pool of players that all want to reach it that getting to that level of success in professional gaming is really fucking hard. Like, even just not even being pro, like, if you're somebody that is the highest rank in CSGO, you're the highest rank in Valorant, right? Marvel Rivals is an easier game to get really good at, but you're top 500 in Marvel Rivals. COD, right? You're really fucking good. Like, you're just good at the game, right? It's not just a video game. Yeah, you're playing a video game. It's not fucking easy.
So
Exactly, that's that privilege. That's that privilege.
But I'm saying though, you couldn't hop on a game and do what I do.
You couldn't do it.
That's a skill.
Your son couldn't do it. Your grandkids couldn't do it.
Some people
Your
can't.
son's grandkids could never do it. They could never do it.
Anything that takes a talent.
The genes are done. They can't do it. They can't.
How many hours a day did you spend?
When I was younger?
Yeah, when you were younger, dude.
Oh, I would wake up 3 hours before school. So I wake up at 4 a.m. and I would play before school. Bus would come at 7. I go to home, come back, and do it again. I was 16. What's funny?
See, there's a disconnect here because to you guys, when you guys were growing up,
They think it's degenerative. Kids that play video games are losers when they grew up. Nerds. People that don't get it, right? And I think there are bums that just spend their whole life playing video games and, like, failing. But, like, if you actually have that level of potential of success, it's never written off as, like, cringe in sports terms, right? If you're failing out of your classes, but you're the #1 quarterback in Texas high school, you're fucking dedicated. You're driven, and that's good. But even in modern times, you could be top 10 in Fortnite all around, making money, winning tournaments, and having a genuine potential for success, failing your classes, but because you play a video game, you're a loser, right? You're a bum. Like, I think that's the difference that needs to be, like, said is you could be online success, right? Getting video game success, and it's cringy and degenerative. Even now, right? It was way worse then, but now it's like people get it more. But like old people still look down on like, you know, kids that are trying to get good into like professional gaming sets. And like now even high schools have sports teams for esports. And that's like a genuine space where I think within the next 20, 30, 40 years, and it's even shown now, like kids that are getting pro at games that are popular make more money than professional athletes. So if you could still sit there and say like, it's just video games, but those kids make more money than you've made in your entire life. Like you can sit there and diss it and that's fine. But if you're like 65 years old and you're making fun, no, they don't. Peterbot's made more money than all of the people in that outside circle combined. And he's like 19. No, like I'm serious. Like if you're not if you're pro in a dead game, right? If you're pro in like fucking TFT, that's different in 2025 than if you're pro in like a top 5 gaming set, right? Similarly to a top 5 sport. Oh, he's 17? Oh shit. Yeah, see, that's an even bigger point. That motherfucker hasn't graduated high school and he still made fucking $10 million, right? The average American makes $1.9 million in their entire lifetime. They die with a net worth of usually like 1.8. If you look into that shit, like those kids, you could diss them as an old head and that's fine. But like if you diss that job and also recognize that those kids that are losers that spend that time, like, you know, playing those games, the guys at the top of their field make way more money than you've made, right? I think it's different though because the level of success is so low. So if you're somebody that's trying to go pro in Fortnite and you fail, like now you do look like a degenerate because you put thousands of hours into this game and had nothing in return. So that's where, right, you could say, yeah, luck is involved, but it's also just like, wow, like the drop off is crazy. It's whether or not you get that success on when people care.
Yes, it was just video games, it was whatever. But when we were coming up, we're like, wait, maybe we can make this career. Maybe if we get good enough at it.
2 hours for one video. I'm having a blast though. I know we've been spending so much of stream on this chat. I mean, we're streaming like 5 hours today, but still.
We create.
This is a fucking good
Do you
video.
not think if you're talented at something, it's a God-given gift?
Video games is not like...
You don't think it's talent.
You're just too old to understand.
That's
No, literally. And that's not a diss. He's not making fun of her. She's too old. It's not of her time. It's not of her time. It's like when old people are like, I just don't get it, right? Like, just say I don't get it, and I'll respect that, right? If you're 70 years old and you're like, the video games are stupid, blah, 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 fine. Just say you don't get it. And that's, like, but they don't want to admit that.
I can't argue that because
y'all could never play FNCS either. It's the same shit.
I gotta keep it a buck. There's a disconnect. You come from a generation where this didn't exist. This career, you looked at this career and you laughed. Now, how come in colleges they're teaching courses on content creation and esports? When you grew up, this didn't exist. So no wonder you're gonna laugh when you hear this shit because you're from a completely different generation.
I mean, he's right, dude.
You just don't get it, and I don't know if you ever will be able to wrap your head.
And I think it's harder to grasp because, like, little history lesson here. The Olympics used to be entirely dedicated towards average athletes. Professional athletes used to not be able to compete in the Olympics because it was supposed to show off, like, talent from people that are everyday workers, and everybody was supposed to be able to have a chance. And then now more and more, and basically all of the sports you watch now, there's no amateurs. Everything's professional. And within that transition where people started going from just like, yeah, I compete amateurly, but I also have a 9 to 5, to all I do is this specific sport, it was never looked down upon because athletics and sports and strength and raw power has been seen as something that's a gift and something that's existed historically for thousands of years. Video games are so new that, like, being able to have a fast reactivity time and being able to be good at strategic thinking in you know, strategic shooter games or League or, like, team-based hero shooters or whatever you're playing, right? Like, they don't get it. I think 100 years from now, yeah, that'll just be the norm, right? And it'll be like nobody cares. But now old people that are above Gen X just don't understand it.
But it's like, again,
you gotta fight back. You gotta fight back. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice meeting you.
That's why you're not good at video games. Well, I don't think I'm good enough to go pro in any game by any means. I also just don't play video games to try and get hyper good at them anymore. Like, when I was a kid, I really wanted to. Now it's whatever. I just play games.
I'm Ronnie.
Ronnie, nice to
This
meet you.
past-
My name's Ronnie.
You were talking about job security. Are you familiar with layoffs, with being furloughed? Like, taking it back to... That's being... What? What does that even mean?
You lose everything. Every dollar. Everything. You lose everything.
Okay, and then you can rebuild yourself back. You
The same way
reinvent-
you can do if you get laid off. You get a
Yeah,
new
that's
job.
it's kind
okay.
of is it not the same concept? Like,
I don't know. Back in 2020, when everybody was getting furloughed, everybody was like, oh, let me go to social media. That's kind of an easy alternative. So that seems kind of easy.
I know,
And
but if you lose a job,
And then the majority of them are accounts that have 200 followers, post 1 million videos, and all of them are dog shit. Right? Yeah, they say it seems easy and then they fail. People try to get into drop shipping and they fail. People trying to get into social media marketing and they fail.
You
You just get an-
because it's not that easy.
Another
no,
one?
you can search for. You have an opportunity to search for another one. No?
Okay, I've been searching for another one for 10 months.
Can we skip this video? We're done in 4 minutes.
I interview every day, give the same spiel, have to give that smile of walking through my resume.
I uploaded videos for 7 years and barely got any views.
And did you uploaded 7 videos and didn't get any views?
Went to school, and still.
And paid rent?
Yes, I still worked. I worked.
Oh, so that you had another job?
As a parking attendant, yes.
Okay, and was that harder
Then what?
than streaming?
No, I was on my phone all the time.
Oh, as a parking attendant, that doesn't sound like you were doing a very good job.
I was chilling.
You were chilling. You weren't good
Wait,
at your
he's
job.
waiting for.
Yeah, when cars park, they're done. Like it doesn't.
I mean, if he really wants to get into like statistics, isn't it proven that like the majority of desk job workers, like you could look into like the amount of productivity time that takes place? In general, studies show employees in offices are only productive around 60% of the time that they're there, and most employees are likely to be productive working from home when that's an option. So the majority of people that like work aren't doing stuff most of the time they're there.
Okay.
I don't have
Not
to.
most, but almost half.
Well,
I'm not security.
That's
I just
a
go.
one
I go like this. I
9 to
go like this. Yo, right there. I bet. Do you think an aspect of a video game, playing video games, is a talent?
Telemarketing? Dude, talking to telemarketers is like talking to a fucking wall. Or customer service. I feel so bad for people that have to work customer service because I'm calling in mad, and then they have to like read through a sheet or else they'll get fired. And I'm like, this is my problem. And they're like, I'm so sorry to hear that, sir. Like they're reading like a fucking already bot response because they can't upset me.
I would say it's a skill. I wouldn't call it a talent. You can master it with,
But people millions play video games, but there are very few people who are genuinely gifted at it.
Gifted? What are they, Mozart?
How is it not?
Yeah, like there's people that are just better at video games. It just like sports. Like some of it is training, and I think a lot of it is. And how early you get into it, especially with like men and women. Like a lot of people always say like women are bad at video games. That's not true. Women just start playing video games later than men. Like if you're a woman that started playing video games when you were like 5, and same with a man, you're probably going to be on the same level, right? But a lot of women get into video games later. Like Brooke didn't really play that many video games growing up outside of like Wii and like Nintendo stuff that's not like highly competitive. And so the earlier you get into competitive games, the better it is for you. But it's also, at the same time, just skill, right? Even within your own friend group, you and your friends might play the same video game the same amount of time with each other, and you squad up. You have that one friend that just sucks. You have that one friend that's really good. And it might be you. And you might be the one that's bad. You might be the one that's good, or you're in the middle of the fucking road. Nothing's wrong with it, but it's the same thing on sports. Like, you might just be bad or good at video games.
A talent. Why is it not a talent what he does?
You know what? I'm open to it being a talent. I think it's a skill. I think it's something you can master. I don't think you're a Mozart, that you have this gift of like, whoa, when I put my thumb here and this thumb there and do this.
No, I think there is, it's not like a Mozart. I think their skill is highly involved in training and getting good at it, just like any other sport. But there are people that are going to genetically be gifted, similar to bodybuilders, where the people at the top, yeah, they're on roids, right? Like Phil Heath and all these guys that are 320 and 2% body fat, shredded to the gills. Yeah, they're on fucking massive amounts of steroids. even if they weren't, even if they didn't work out all the time, they're still genetically gifted. And so in the same sense, yeah, it is skill, but it is also talent. Because I hate relating this back to like who are other really good players, like prominent video game professionals? Like outside of, you know, guys that play like League, Valorant, like the guys that are at the top there, like, yeah, Clicks or Tens or fucking Faker. Faker's another example. Like, yeah, he's put thousands of hours into that game. But anybody that touches that game and puts even twice as much time as he does, they're still going to be worse than him. He is just better. His brain is more wired to do that job, to play that game, than other people.
Combo, I do this
You'd be
flip.
surprised. I mean, there's people out there who are genuinely.
Same thing with chess. It's like chess isn't necessarily a video game, but it's kind of a mixture of the two. It's a board game, right? Like, what's the guy at the top that always gets mad and crushes the tables and shit when he loses? Mustang, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Kebab Jacks for the sub. Mythic, thank you for the 5 gifteds as well. ZR Sandman and Mythic, thank you for the 5 gifteds again. Benny and Ron for the sub. Josh for the 3. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen is really naturally good, but he played since he was a kid. But when he was like 9 years old, he was really good at video games. Similarly, there are actual 10-year-olds that are better than most people at video games at that age. They're just good at them. They have a better reaction time. They have easier strategic thinking, and they're able to problem solve at a faster rate in build mode for Fortnite or whatever it is than other people. Ron for the sub, Josh for the 3. I went to different islands like St. Kitts and St. Martin. You could really see the differences much better in our lives in our area. I think you remember saying you went to St. Martin. Yeah. It's a beautiful country, but a lot of people there live in poverty. Like if you go to the inland. Snap for the 3. Similarly to like resorts and stuff, man, like how people live. I mean, this is just a side note. How people live, like when you go to a nice resort in a different country or somewhere, like the workers there, ask them how far they drove for their work. Like in the US, we have long commute times and you might drive 20, 30, 40 minutes, an hour to work. But like you could ask like a general guy at a resort, like, hey, if you're in Mexico or whatever country, how far did you come here today? And they'll be like, I drove 2.5 hours. They live across the fucking country. They live across the fucking country. They live in a whole different fucking area, man. And they're coming over here because this is the best job and the best opportunity they could have. So yeah, snap for the 3. I always say be thankful of the fact in the situation that you're in, but also obviously try to improve your situation even if it's bad. Snap for the 3. Been watching Swag since BO3. He's been grinding hard. Big for the 3. As a non-streamer, I can confidently say that streaming is by far more mentally exhausting unless you work in an office. 9 to 5s are more physically exhausting. Starting out streaming is harder than starting out a 9 to 5. Yeah, I think that's the middle ground there. I think overall the 9 to 5 is harder, but you have to recognize there's a difference in what is hard and what is not in individual aspects of that job. Tweet over the 3. The fact that while they're rage baiting, none of them have dissed the 9 to 5 workers disrespected in any way. Matt for the sub, Aloe and Banana for the sub. I mean, they do kind of downplay their job similarly. Hefty for the 5. Any tips to start streaming? I mean, just watch what we're talking about right now. Logic for the 3. What's your standpoint on the Iran bombing? We talked about it earlier this stream. Curls watching for the sub, Nova for the sub. Gunner, thank you for the 5 gifts. Bear for the 1,000 biddies. Xander for the sub.
They have their opposable thumbs like so good.
That's like saying, here's a paintbrush, go paint me Picasso.
Yeah, that's
like, what?
I'm saying this is so hard. If there's certain games that have $1 million prize pools, if there's a skill you could just learn and you're looking for a job for 10 months, go pick up a controller and go hop in this $1 million tournament and win it.
You couldn't win it. You couldn't. You couldn't.
You wouldn't even.
You couldn't. You couldn't.
You couldn't qualify.
You couldn't.
What do you mean I wouldn't
You
qualify?
can't even find your OBS stream key. Stop playing.
I need to work for it,
I know,
but
so like
she would never get good enough to be a pro in games. It's also she's too late. She's too late. To get pro in video games, you have to you're out of gaming. You're out of your gaming career by your mid-20s most of the time. Depends on the game that you're playing. But to say, oh, perhaps I could grind for 1,000 hours and go to FNCS, you would never make it. You would never make it. Most pros in video games are out of their prime by their mid-20s. Like, that's why most pros in games now are like fucking high schoolers. Because high schoolers and early college students are, that's the age that you're good at games. That is the best you'll ever be reactivity-wise, right? You're gonna get the best then. You have higher strategic thinking and wisdom in games as you get older, and that's how they compensate, right? There's actually studies done on older gamers that play FPS games. They don't win one-on-one gunfights, but they're better at thinking how they could put themselves in a position that they do win. But like most people that get pro develop that strategic thinking at a young age, and they match with their reactivity time, and their prime years are 18 to 23, and then they're done.
You're dismissing what he does.
Why do UFC fighters peak in their late 20s? UFC fighters can peak way later. The reason being is because the majority of UFC and MMA, mixed martial arts is a skill that takes decades to master. You don't get good at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in 4 years, right? You do that your whole life. Some of those guys are genetically gifted as well, but the majority of people that hold those belts into their fucking late 20s. Because that's what, even if they're athletically and physically the best in their early years, they have the knowledge and the wherewithal to fight at later years. They're better. They're not physically as strong, but they're mentally way more experienced. Yeah, Alex Pereira. John Jones just retired as well, but I mean, like, yeah, he's another example.
Just dismissing.
Joe's fried. Yeah, it's hitting me now.
I'm not dismissing. I'm saying that's easy.
Skill, it's not a talent.
I'm spitting facts, though. I'm spitting fucking facts on MMA. What about Paul Rosas Jr.? He's 17 in the UFC. UFC is also a little bit different, too, because UFC is also like a marketing game where you have to, like, promote yourself and you have to fight through, like, overall time, right? But, like, even, like, Paddy Pimblett. Like, how old is Paddy? Like, he's just now gaining popularity in the UFC, and he's 30. He's 30. He was born in 95. Like, a lot of those guys, like, hit their prime, like, in their late 20s.
I said it's a skill. I didn't
That's just an off-topic conversation.
say it's a talent. I said it's a skill. It's a skill that
But
you can
how
hone
do you
and
know?
master.
How do you know if it's easy if you haven't done it? Like if you
I
don't.
played Mario Kart. I've played.
I played Mario Kart. Mario Kart. Actually, let me hit you with a fucking reply. Hop on the old ranked ladder on Mario Kart World and get back to me. Because that shit's the hardest fucking game in the goddamn world now. Mario Kart World is a whole different story. And even then, Mario Kart, get the fuck out of here. Play Super, and you want to keep on Nintendo? Go Pro and Smash. Go Pro and Smash. Go Pro and Smash. Go beat Mango in a fucking 1v1 right now. I'll give you 1,000 tries. I'll give you 10,000 tries. You don't win one game on him. One game on him. And he's not even the best pro. I'm just saying Mango because he's a good streamer. Bro, listen. That shit, oh my God. You're not winning. You're not winning. You're not winning. I played Mario Kart.
Played other games.
Not a professional level, though.
That's like me saying that's like me saying, oh, Shohei Ohtani, I played T-ball. I played T-ball. You haven't even scratched the surface of fucking gaming, dude. You haven't even scratched. Oh, yeah, no, it's a skill. It's just a skill. Shohei Ohtani throwing fucking 102 miles an hour, being able to one of the best batters. Oh, I played T-ball. I've played dodgeball before.
No, not a professional level because that's not what I'm trying to pursue.
I know, but you don't understand what it takes to be on that sort of level. So how can you try to dismiss it and say it's
I hate that I'm on FaZe's side with this. Bro, it's because they've done such a bad job at fighting their position. They've done everybody. It's such an easy argument to dismiss the streaming like being harder, but all of their points are like now they're just sidetracking into like their own side takes that are just bad.
Yours is harder. How do you know?
What does it take to be on that level?
I've worked at 9 to 5.
Yeah. What does it take to be on that level?
Just gift, and you got to play all the time.
Tens of thousands of hours of work, and editing, and filming, and constantly.
I'm just talking about pure skill. As far as like the videos and stuff like that, just off pure skill.
I had to put tens of thousands of hours.
Could you get a
into
refresh
my
second
studies.
zone, Tarping? Could you?
I have no idea what you said.
Could you get a refresh going into second zone with no mats? Can you get a refresh on the best players?
I can also I can circle back and give you
know how to
different
short
terms
launch pad?
from
When you're
my
trying to get to third
industries.
zone, third moving. Do you know how to short?
No, I don't. But
Exactly,
if I want,
you couldn't. But Excel sheet, you can do Excel sheet.
no, but exactly.
They're just talking.
But they're not able to because you're all old as fuck. Oh my God. Because you're not going to get it. If they go, oh, well, when you're in zone, you have a point blank second reactivity time to where you're able to move, and you're going to have to also be thinking about your position and the other people's positions. You're going to have to put a little cone. You're going to have to half at it and do this fucking whole crank, and you're going to have to land it perfectly. They're going to be like, oh, okay. There's no point in them explaining it. I don't think Ron should be bringing it up because, like, obviously they're not going to get it. But it's like, dude, even if they were to fully explain it, you would just be like, I could do it.
They're just talking game.
These
As
refreshes
a
don't come to
babysitter,
you.
I can talk to you about the different things I do and ask you, could you do that? No, but if you wanted to, you would.
If us four
the points they're making are so bad. It's just like, in the same way, I could be like, oh, you've bowled 300. I've hit a strike before. Yeah, I've gotten a strike before. Oh, you've bowled 4 300 games. You bowled 4 perfect games. Oh, well, I've gotten a kill in Fortnite before, so I could probably go pro.
took 3 days. You don't think we can master an Excel sheet?
Oh.
But let me give you, if I give you 3 days about a video game, do you think you could be that talented as me?
If I wanted to, I would.
So let's pay for her. Whatever.
Well, I think Swag is in a different situation than a lot of streamers because all the other guys are arguing that streaming is harder from a content creativity standpoint and a content creation standpoint. Swag is a popular creator first and foremost because he's good at video games. And I think being good at, now you're getting into 2 separate arguments where you're just a streamer or you're a pro gamer that's also a streamer.
Whatever it is, give you
please.
3 days, but if you lose, you got to give us it back in double.
No, that's not how a job works. You pay me, I'll get the job done.
They'll now give their final thoughts.
I would say, in a sense, yes, because you have to put in the work and you got to be on 24/7.
It's difficult to answer that question for us, I think, because we didn't come up in this time frame, in this era. And technology is totally different now, because we were just talking about playing tic-tac-toe on the sidewalk with chalk. I appreciate and respect what they do, and I think that's the consensus for most of us that we appreciate.
Yo, has this guy talked the whole time? I feel like he's been raising his flag in his hand, and then he giggled one time. I feel like I haven't heard him speak. Did he talk at all in the whole time this video's been going on?
And the back where
Bro, there's a few people, like these 2 didn't speak.
they are, but it's not, what we did
Or they just cut it out. Maybe it was just boring.
we just feel like what we did was harder. And that's what I think.
So my mind was changed in the sense that now I'm even more convinced that normal jobs are harder.
I think there was bad points made all around. That was a good fucking video, though. Professional, thanks for the sub. Sherney, Raphael, a code, and Solar for the sub. All right, we need to lock into the next video. I gotta piss real quick, though. Count me down 30 seconds. All right. Lock back in next video. Professor for the sub. Testing Phineas and Ferb Inventions IRL. Mark Rober.
The most epic birthday party ever! It's got a jet-powered tire swing, a custom-built roller coaster, and an indoor sledding hill with actual snow. And I set all this up to surprise the world's most deserving kids.
Safety is for losers!
Now, importantly, 3 months ago, none of this existed, because that's when I reached out to a friend of mine who many consider to be the greatest engineer this world has ever known.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Phineas! I'm planning on throwing
what the fuck?
The world's greatest birthday party for this kid named Ethan. I can explain later. For now, I need to know if you've got any ideas.
Oh, that's a great question, Mark. One time, Ferb and I made the world's first rocket-powered tire swing. You'll just need a tire, your standard Ilmar.
Is this an ad for the new Phineas and Ferb show?
parts, don't
Should we watch this?
forget your high-powered rockets. Oh, and as you can see, as long as you don't remove this screw, you'll be fine.
You do realize that breaks like
Do a poll. I thought it was just gonna be experiments, but now it's like a lot of involving Phineas and Ferb.
yellow to spare. But the problem here was their rocket-powered tire swing leaned very heavily on the creative boundaries of cartoon physics, with estimated peak forces that would be 35 times what a human could endure. So as a first pass, I just slapped.
Yeah, we're gonna skip that. I love Mark Rober though. Oh my god, I forgot about this. Okay, now we're gonna do a try not to laugh real quick. You guys sent in videos over the course of like 2 weeks for a try not to laugh, and we'll do one now, or we'll do it now. Elsis compiled them. Elsis. He said that like 95% of the videos you guys sent were terrible or had copyrighted music. So it's a 16-minute video, but let's give it a watch. Should we do some sort of wager? If I laugh, I think I'll be stone cold. And I'm high. So I think there's a higher chance that I do laugh, but I don't think I will. Because the last time we did this, you guys sent in some fucking shitty ass videos. I remember the back end. I didn't do it this time, but we still got to do that as a video. I just want to do a video where I just show you guys TikToks I find funny. And see if, like, you guys find them funny as well. Like a Joe Bart selection of just, like, 20 minutes of TikToks. Last time, I put on the back end of the video, like, 5 minutes of TikToks I found funny. I didn't laugh, like, most of y'all's videos. And then near mine, I laughed like everyone. I think that's going to happen this time. I don't think I'm going to laugh. Okay, is 5 subs a laugh too much? Or should I do a sub a laugh? How many times am I going to laugh? 5 subs a laugh could be risky because I feel like you guys probably sent some better videos this time. I'll do 5 subs a laugh. So that's $25 in a 16-minute video. And I have to laugh at the video. I can't laugh at a chat. I can't laugh at a story I'm telling when I pause it, right? If I make myself laugh, that's different than me laughing at the video. All right, I'm stone cold. Lock in. Memes for Joe. What is happening right now? Oh, Elsis did a whole intro. Oh, I love this. Memes for Joe Part 2. Brother's getting really good at editing. Made by Elsis. What did the intro? Well, it was intro by something. Broccoli. What did that say? All right, no.
I'm not joining the fucking Marines. They sent me a poster of the fucking Declaration of Independence.
Oh shit, they allow grooming here? You know you're actually really mature for your age, right?
Oh gosh.
Oh, you finally got the new tires for the truck. They look good. What'd they cost you?
I don't even want to talk about it.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be a bad video. Okay. Locking in. Already better than the last one. Breathe. No laughs. A smile's not a laugh, too. It has to be a laugh. That's not a laugh. I did not laugh. I won't cover my face, though. Never in my 15 years of teaching have I grown back.
Picking up chicks. The average human reaction time is 0.25 seconds. Are you ready to run?
What?
I'm gonna show you my penis.
Fuck! Was that a laugh? That was a no. That was an exhale from the nose. Was that a laugh? That was not a laugh. That was not a laugh. That doesn't count. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Tally it up. I'll count that. No laughs. No exhales. Guys group chat after one of them got into a 4-car collision going 95 miles per hour.
Damn. You good?
All right, y'all. 3, 2. Uh-oh.
What you mean, uh-oh? Bro, what you mean, uh-oh? Hey, what you mean, uh-oh?
All right, let me check your belt. Ooh, it's kind of loose. Lift your hands up real quick so I can tighten it.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on, just give me one
Dude,
more.
that's a genuine fear of mine, though, that every roller coaster I go on with, like, the overhead strap thing will just unlock. Because when I move it, it like holds, but I could press it. And I could feel it not bend. But I was like on a roller coaster like 3 weeks ago. And I had the latch over. And I start going like this, and I'm pushing, and it has a little give. And I'm like, I feel like if I did this while the ride's going, it would go and just open.
Moment, y'all. He called the supervisor for me. Hey, boss, did anyone test these rides before opening?
What?
Did he say? 3, 2, 1. Oh, screw. Shouldn't be too important.
Wait, I want to live!
How your class teacher treats...
all right?
Wait, how your teacher treats the class clown during finals?
All right.
Oh, what, just pocket watching him the entire time? Because he knows he's cheating. I used to have kids in my class that would wear slides to school, and they would write even in their dress shoes or whatever it was, they would write like a note card of like answers and put it in their shoe. And then while the test happened, they would take off their shoe and wedge it under their table, like right in between their like legs, and just read it. That's crazy. Or they would have a water bottle and they would write the cheats on the water bottle and slide the, what's it called? Like the label over it. They would they would spend more time learning how to cheat than actually studying for the exam, which was nuts. Like, at that point, just study. If you're going to spend 2 hours making, like, a cheat sheet.
I wonder what.
Dude, I had another friend in high school that I took the SAT with, and he paid the guy in front of him to cheat on his test, and the proctor didn't notice, and he got like a 1360. And I'm like, bro, how did they not? Wouldn't their answers be identical? I don't think he cheated on everyone. I think everyone he didn't know or wasn't sure of, he would look. So then there was like some differentiation.
Why? Looks like
always know a friend. Okay, an acquaintance. That's more what it is, chat. I always say I had a friend. It's more an acquaintance. Like all these stories that I've recently held, acquaintance. Not somebody that I would be like, oh, I'd hang out with them. But like somebody I knew.
Like there's one person.
I knew a guy.
Left.
Would you rather me say that? I knew a guy. I knew a guy. Because that sounds like, now I feel like I'm a fucking, like a pawn shop owner. Like I'm in Pawn Stars. Oh, I know a guy. I'll say that instead. I knew a guy.
Still. No bathroom breaks.
Hey, listen. What the fuck was that? I think that was one he meant to cut out.
Hey, listen. I didn't get that Subaru Outback that I wanted last year.
Yeah, well, I saw what you did.
Hey, no.
I couldn't even read that fast enough. Am I a slow reader? That was not a laugh at the video. And I am not giving 5 subs for that. No, I couldn't even read the fucking caption. The video's 5 seconds long. I'm reading a fucking paragraph. Thankful this app exists because how else would I know that I could drain my pasta over the toilet to avoid doing dishes? What? Oh, and it fell in the toilet. Okay. No, that's actually so facts. The Tupperware bin is always messy as fuck. Like, if I went and took a picture of my Tupperware drawer, it is just random containers that are wedged in between each other with, like, lids that are just, go do it. Do you want to see? Actually, I think mine's slightly more organized. I did organize it the other day because it upset me, but there's still probably stuff that's just lying. Hold up. Give me like 20 seconds. I'll go take a picture of my Tupperware drawer. Hold up, I'm pulling up the picture. It's actually pretty clean. I'll say I think it's pretty clean. Ready? This is pretty good. These are a little messy and thrown, but I have all these stacked. These are like somewhat there. It's just like they're leaning. That's disgusting. What do you mean, ew? Why are people saying ew? Why are people saying ew? What do you mean, ew? It's not, what do you mean, ew? Like, it's cluttered? What are you saying? Like, you're acting like there's, like, poop on the walls or something. What the fuck you mean, ew? Because it's messy? It's dirty? It's not dirty.
Have you ever wondered what the popcorn button on your microwave actually does? Well, fuck.
I never press that shit. I just press the add 30 seconds. Forever.
Have you ever wondered what the popcorn button on your microwave actually does? Well, fuck you.
Stand ready for my arrival, worm.
Oh, come on. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The only reason I didn't laugh is because I saw that one before and I died laughing. You know how like stuff gets like fractionally less funny as you see it again? That would have been bad. That if I saw that for the first time.
Finish, they don't set off the alarms anymore. They just ask you to come to the front desk. They take you out back and they shoot you in the leg.
Egg fart released. Let's see the radius. I'm crop dusting my oldest daughter's volleyball team. Yes. Let's see. Boom. Target hit. Yep. And it is funky. It definitely is a scorcher. My apologies.
I can never watch my wife clean the entire house while I just sit back and relax. Actually, though, because you both have no idea where you're going, so you just run into each other the entire time. That's why, like, line kitchens work so well, because you have your own individual station, so you don't bump into other people. But if you're just, like, in the kitchen with one person, you don't know where they're going, so you're like, oh, sorry, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Can you move over? Trail.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
I was trying to hold back the laugh. I was like, I'm gonna laugh. I'm just gonna laugh. Oh my god, what is he using that as a means to like make himself feel better?
Oh.
The Mickey Mouse Clubhouse intro.
When I'm out of town, I be tripping, I be on one.
The nurses watching 80-year-old me hallucinate a chest on the other side of the wall because I played so much Fortnite.
I got my McFlurry in a takeout box? Bro.
Cave Explorers, after finding a new cave, 50 people went in, 0 came out, and has an entrance size as small as a walnut.
Yo, the light's green. Why is he not moving? I'm about to say something. Hurry up, man.
I might swerve in that corner. Whoa, whoa.
We're having gay sex.
Hold on tight, cause I'll tweaking it, bitch. I'll let it.
Hey, little boys.
Where's your shirt?
I like it this way. I'm gonna take my pants off in 5, 4,
1.
What?
What?
Your mom's not.
Oh my god, is he bleeding?
Your mom's not a whore, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, whores get paid. She gives that fat ass out for free. What?
Dude, I'm so sorry. I was playing with my ball set. I'm being so serious.
Should I be worried this?
What? Well, he said he lost the goal because he was playing with his ball sack.
For free. What?
Dude, I'm so sorry. I was playing with my ball set. I'm being so serious.
Should I be worried this fucking piece fell off my damn car? I don't even know like where the fuck it came from, man.
No, though. No, that's relatable. No, that's relatable. Oh my god, like you're like a random pain, and you're like, am I having a heart attack? Am I having a heart attack? What's happening? And you just like breathe for a second, and then it'll go away, and you're like, oh, thank fuck. I get heart palpitations when I'm at the gym sometimes, and I think I'm dying. Like, I'll lift, and then my heart will start beating irregularly because I was, like, pushing too. Like, usually when I do, like, a long or a hard set, like, when I'm done, instead of going, like, doom, 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 or even, like, a faster doom, 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 it'll be, like, doom, 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 doom. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I just start, like, hyperventilating because I'm like, why is my heart beating like that? Like, it's not like a train. It's like a weird, like somebody just like jumping in puddles, like disproportionately. I don't know what that fucking stupid ass analogy was. Moving on. Like jumping in puddles.
Please, just come inside. This shit is not a game.
When you're trying to catch your dog and they hit you with this pose.
This shit is not a game.
Oh. Yo, that's where you treat it like a bomb. And you start going. When they're in that stage, they're watching you and you start going. Like real close. Like Daisy, she'll go in that stance and you're like, I just need to get close enough to where I could lunge and grab their collar. And you're like, hold on now. Hold on now. Calm down. Calm down. Hey, you fucking walking real slow. POV Bro starts losing his mind after a loss, but you know he'll get off if he hears you laughing.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
they go stand behind like a medical wall whenever you're getting like a CT scan or whatever it is, where you sit. What's the one where you sit in that tube? They're like, all right, now I'm gonna leave the room. Slams the fucking 3 foot thick door shut, locks the door, puts on goggles. Yeah, you're getting an MRI. They're standing. You okay in there? Just talking through a mic. A cow in Minecraft watching me check out my friend's house in creative.
Well, boys, you called it. I officially give up on being sober. I picked up a couple beers for tonight. I don't give a fuck.
Oh my god. Couple beers for the night. That's like 10 cases.
Dude, I do not give a fuck anymore. Fuck being sober. Fuck.
Sorry for the sounds.
Yeah.
You get loosened up after you're here for a while.
Could you just not look at me while you're doing it?
The sound of when you go, it's going to change throughout the next few months as you get reshaped.
What is that supposed to mean?
I came in as a trumpet. I sound a little bit like a drum set now, the way it flops out.
Okay. Can you just not talk to me when you're going to the bathroom?
Oh, this feels wonderful.
Dude,
Thanks for warming it up.
You gotta look at me when you're doing that, man?
Yeah, sure.
No, could you not look at me when you're doing that?
Doing what?
I'm really excited.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Fuck! It was the one at the end there. That was 3. When somebody is trying to talk to me, but we're outside, it's hot as hell.
To get going and
Great.
fresh new ideas on how to catch the spot.
Oh, wow.
He just wants to be taken seriously.
Oh. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what that meant, what that did. My apologies. Yeah.
Just tell me it's not the end of the line.
Is he supposed to be a sperm cell?
I never meant to break your heart.
On that, you're not wrong, but...
You growling at me, you motherfucker?
And the leader of...
This guy's growling at me. You don't growl at me, little boy.
Don't piss him off. Tread lightly.
He's growling at me.
That means he's pissed off.
He's scaring the shit out of me.
Get out of my face! Now!
Oh my god.
Calm down, little boy.
Shut the fuck up! Get the fuck out of my face! Now!
He stole my animal crackers.
I'm gonna fuck you up. Get the fuck away!
You're 40 years old growling at me and punching holes in your wall.
Shut the fuck up, you little bitch! You're fucking with the wrong one! Better get the fuck away from me and away from her.
They kicked him from the lobby.
Hey, who do you got for the Canelo fight? Canelo.
I mean, you can't sound threatening in VR. Like, if you walk up to somebody in VR and you're like, you better back the fuck up. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. We're on controllers right now. We're not, like, hooked up to pain sensors.
Triple G.
iOS.
All right. Hey,
What just happened?
Hey, who do you got for the Canelo fight? Canelo or Triple G?
iOS.
All right. Hey, who do you got for the Canelo fight?
You guys are kind of quiet. Okay.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And right now...
Wow, that is a thick toenail. Ooh.
You can
Looks a little cheesy, too.
save £50 per person. That's £200 off.
I would start dribbling water on their feet. I would start dribbling water, dude. Get your water bottle. I mean, surely they just back up then. No lie, my feet are way hairier, though. The hair is also kind of gross. I think that pinky toenail is really doing me in.
Off for a family of 4.
Spit on it? No. When you're genuinely sitting on business in the interrogation room, but then you see your homeboy walking free with a Big Mac.
Please back away from me.
I find out who's throwing them tomatoes are getting banned.
Someone keeps throwing freaking tomatoes at me.
That's it. Kick him.
She has phantom sense.
Bro, like, they get that upset about it. Like, committing that hard to the role play that you're like, you're throwing virtual tomatoes at me. This is upsetting. How can you get that involved?
She's allergic. If it hits her,
It
she'll
still
have-
affects
yeah,
her.
it'll-
Allergic?
Next person that throws a tomato at her will get kicked or worse. Back the hell away.
No! Stop!
No. Stop
I saw
it.
you.
Whoever's throwing those tomatoes will
I saw
face
you.
serious punishment.
I'm like focusing on breathing right now.
Am I clear?
Is it flour?
Is she crying?
I want my daddy. I can't move.
What did the tomatoes? Did the tomatoes paralyze her? Oh, she's fake throwing up.
Why is everything getting blurred?
Did she pass out?
Because of the tomato being thrown at me, my throat started closing up. I had an allergic reaction.
I'm good.
Bro. Can we normalize uploading videos of yourself after anesthesia? Because I got an operation. My mom showed
I'm
me
gonna go
this.
back to gooning.
You're gonna go back to wedding?
I'm gonna go back to gooning.
You're gonna go back to wedding?
Gooning.
What's that?
Masturbating.
Gil.
What?
Dude.
What?
You can't say that.
Why not?
Damn, it's pretty steep.
Andrew, shut the fuck up.
Bro, when you're trying to focus driving somewhere stressful and there's somebody just commentating on it the entire time. I mean, that's not that like, oh, no, that is. Ooh. No
Damn, it's pretty steep.
Andrew, shut the fuck up.
What?
Amir. Amir. Look at my... Move. Look at this. Why you got hot dogs in the bed? What?
Oh my God. I thought that was poop. I mean, that's still gross, but I thought that was poop. It was barbecue sauce.
What the hell is wrong with you? Is you crazy?
We have 9 speaker systems, 2 right above your head.
No way.
Yep,
Above?
Alpine speakers.
I've seen this.
You mind if I test it real quick?
Go for it.
All right. Here. You mind if I turn it up?
Go for it.
Does my dog know
That's just funny as hell.
this is a toy? Excuse his face. Or does he think it's like actual?
Why is he smirking at it like that?
Or does he think it's like
coconut head?
Or does he think it's like actually alive? Okay, I'm gonna put it back on me.
Bruh, I'm so hungry I could eat a damn dog.
Yeah, just being like, man, dude, I think that was just a team diff. I don't know why we lost that one. I don't know. I mean, genuinely, I think it might have been our healers there. I just wasn't really getting. I was kind of just I was trying to take space, and I mean, maybe I overextended a little bit, but I don't know. I died like 16 times there. I only got 2 kills.
Gotta go home. Coach. Coach.
No, that's me when I play with Foxman. How motherfuckers with 1,000-day Duolingo streaks look at you when you ask them to speak a sentence in the language they've been learning? I know what milk says. I know how to say milk in Mandarin. I know how to write linguine in Italian. Wait, that might also just be linguine. I know how to write linguine in Spanish. Can you form a sentence for me? No, it's because they haven't been trying. If you had do you think you would be fluent if you had 1,000 days in Duolingo though? Not even just a one lesson streak. I think if you actually did Duolingo every day for like an hour for 3 years, you're surely at least semi-fluent. Like, maybe not fluent, but you could hold a conversation. No, I feel like you could. If you're actually trying. Sounds like they're rearranging their furniture every day. They're getting a home makeover in their apartment. I think they just moved their living room couch to their bathroom and back in the last 2 hours.
What you want, bro?
What kind of driving's that, man?
One with a V8 twin turbo.
I don't give a fuck.
Fuck yeah.
Bro, you do not need
Aldo.
another one of those.
What?
You don't need another one.
What?
You're getting on the...
Oh.
You good?
Oh, fuck. Jammer. Serious jammer.
Dad, please stop spending the rent money on Kai Cenat live streams. Me with Joe. I always say, don't fucking send me money if you can't financially or it's not yours, right? Like, I'll take a sub. Yeah, I'll take the donos. But I feel bad when I get, like, big ones. And I always say, like, when people gift a lot of subs, I'm like, make sure you know what, like, you're doing, man. Because there are people that drop a lot of money on subs. I mean, more so on, like, big streamers. Like, when Kai did his subathon, it was, like, not that uncommon that somebody would donate, you know, 300-400 subs. Which is, like, thousands of dollars. So. Or thousands of dollars for them. McChunky for the 10K fucking biddies, says Joe, I won't dono, sad face. Chunky, I'm not upset that you're donating. I'm very thankful that you do. And by the way, thank you for the fucking 10,000 biddies. I'm more so saying, like, I don't want you to be overextending the amount that you're giving me to where you're in a worse financial situation, if that makes sense. Like, I make enough money on YouTube as it is. I stream a lot for YouTube. So I'm never, like, don't feel like you need to sub to me in, like, oh, otherwise I wouldn't have, like, financial support, if that makes sense. Outside of that, you know, yeah, I'll still take fucking biddies or subs. Like, I'm not, like, not thankful for them, right? So it's hard to, like, kind of balance that. But thank you for the fucking 10,000 biddies. Money for the 3. J-Dog for the 1,000 biddies. Stole this from my mom. Stop. So extra for the 3. Here's my rent money. TV and stuff for the sub. Stop. Crimson for the 5. How can I get my spark back? I'm trying to make a difference on YouTube, but I'm emotionally dead. I mean, if that's in your own life, you need to go therapy and get help and stuff. But if you're saying, like, creatively emotionally dead or, like, burnt out, I mean, switching things up usually helps. Emil and CD for the sub. Chunky for the 3. When I was, like, 6, I got a pain in my wrist joint. Thought it popped a vein or something. Was going to die. Told everybody I loved them and laid down waiting. Oh, my God. Krabs, HP, and Cedrea for the sub. Pax, A-Flow, Bunny, TM, Cookie, Edgy, Talon, Professor Binks, Sherney, Raphael for the sub. Code for the sub. Andrew for the 3. Do you plan what you're going to eat every day? How do you figure out your meals? I meal prep. Solar for the sub. I meal prep like 4 or 5 days in advance. Sam for the sub. Tool for the 3. Vibe for the 5. Could you find a clip of the marksman, literally the T call time where somebody was going and then they show up in a COD S&D match due to some wisdom for the game? I read that late. Xander, Optic, Nathan, and Fade for the sub. Mustard, thank you for the 5 gifted. Zesty for the sub. All right, lock in. Chunky for the 3. I won't spend, but you got to dono me as gifted. What? Mister for the sub. A Nimble for the 3. What's your split in the gym? Back, biceps, abs, day 1. Chest, triceps, shoulders, day 2. Legs, abs, day 3. Day 4, rest. Day 5, repeat. Mister for the sub. Eternal for the 3. Here's my dad's life insurance.
Is anyone else struggling with this night rain game? I mean, it's really hard.
Playing with his toes.
But it's so fun. Let's get some dubs, boys.
Holy Christ, there's nothing left.
Ray, why are you guys fucking doing all this weird shit?
Bro. Oh my God, dude, that made my, like, whole body fucking, like, shiver. Oh my God, I thought he was gonna yak. He just regurgitated a hot dog. Ugh. It's way too late. Might as well not sleep. Oh, well, when the day after just feels like you're in a fever dream and nothing's real. Thunder hunting the Wii remote directly at the TV because I didn't use the fucking wrist strap. I don't know if I've ever I think I've thrown my Wiimote at the TV once, but it didn't break. Like, it wasn't like, you know, overly powerful to shatter it. That's real. I mean, do you think the Wii strap actually does that much, though? Like, if you chuck the remote, like, you just had no grip on it.
Man, you already know what's going on. Got the tomato soup, got the grilled cheese cooking right now.
Toddlers, when their parents take their eyes off them for
Keep putting in that work. Keep putting in that work. You know why? You're almost there. You're almost there. It's gonna pay off. It's gonna pay off. And they don't want you to know that.
That's a laugh. I'll count that. It was a little chuckle. What the fuck, chat? He just pulled a whole sock out of that dog's mouth. Like, down, like, and they swallowed it. What?
I understand it now.
He doesn't have his... Oh.
Dreaming, talking.
Oh my god! I feel like that would. I don't even know if that would shatter it. Like you throw bowling balls and they take a heavy beating, but if you chucked one from like 7 feet up, I feel like it would crack. No.
I don't think a bump and run was the right play there. You got like 200 yards.
Okay, you're beat.
Oh no.
Damn.
Go get out and stop them. What is he doing? Bro's just recording the cards.
Damn.
He's just saying damn over and over again. Damn, dude. That just dented the fuck out of his cars.
Damn.
All right, so I laughed 4 times. That was a good fucking video, though. I think it could have been better. I think if it was a Joe Bart selection, I would have laughed more. But chat, you've done better this time. A few of those were funny. A few of those were funny. We'll do another one soon. You guys got to send more of like good random videos like that. Oh, sorry, I'm echoing my own stream. Hold up. I'm just gonna gift 25. Actually, no, I could do 20. That's 4 laughs. It's 4 laughs, so 20. Because it was 5 per. Waiting. 20 gifteds. 20 gifteds. Dub. FIFA of the sub, Jack of the sub, Clash for the 3. Is my account flagged? I think I got banned on my account for messing with the mod years ago. If you're able to send bits, your account's not banned. I don't know if it's flagged. What do you mean? Like if you're on no, your account's not flagged. You don't even have like a warning or anything. There's no mod labels on your account. You're not banned though either. Because you wouldn't be able to send bits. Eric for the sub, Dog for the 3. Last $3 won't be able to afford food, electricity, or shelter. Stop. Eternal for the 5. Crocs for the sub. All right. Next fucking video. I have to piss so bad again, chat. I'm sorry. Arid for the sub, Crocs for the sub. Count me down 30 seconds. Hold up. All right. Next video. Aaron for the sub. Villains that did it for the love of the game. Lock in.
I'm feeling nefarious today. I feel like causing major inconveniences to others for the fun of it. In my opinion, villains that commit the most heinous, evil, disgusting acts for literally no reason other than the fact that they did it for the fun of it are the best kind of villain. Today,
Art the Clown. Art the Clown is really like the best villain. No bullshit. I think the movies are so gory that I almost don't want to watch them. But like the fear of Art the Clown in just like the evilness and how disgusting he is and he's having fun while he's doing it is like way scarier than like, oh, you were possessed.
I want to go over the villains that are just plain evil. The ones that would run your grandma over with a smile on their face. The ones that would 2-foot leg sweep you with the pure intention of...
Bro, really the hunter from open season though. Like he just liked killing animals. Like it was just fun.
Of inverting your kneecaps. These are villains that did it for the love of the game.
And of course, I love this game!
If we're gonna talk about villains being villains for the love of the game, then Bill Cipher perfectly fits that description. This Dorito-shaped chaos demon has committed a multitude of crimes. Let me list off a few of the devious things.
I mean, I don't really remember the whole backstory on Bill Cipher, but I don't remember ever him giving a motive. Outside of maybe power, like he liked being powerful, and to be powerful, he had to like try and take over the world effectively, right? I just think I think it's really Bill Cipher was more power hungry, but he just enjoyed being like an asshole. Like he enjoyed being a demon.
Things he's done: mass murder, mass petrification, terrorism, mutilation, and much more. Most of this was for shits and giggles, by the way. This isosceles shaped motherfucker is evil. Bill tried starting a chaos apocalypse just so he could rule a universe that, mind you, was gonna cease to exist if Bill kept up his weird...
Is it weird though that I would say somebody's less scary? I don't know. Is it less scary if they laugh or if they enjoy it on like a pleasurable level? And obviously laughing is pleasure as well. Like you're releasing endorphins. But I feel like Art the Clown is less scary as somebody that finds it funny than somebody that's like into it, you know? Like somebody that's like fetishizing the idea of like serial killers killing people. I don't know. Actually, Art the Clown may be scarier because it's like even more dehumanizing if they find it funny. Because then they're fully, I don't know, in both ways, it's like disgusting and creepy. But it's like, one, it's like they're so detached from it that it's like, it's funny. Like Art the Clown is scarier than Dexter. Dexter enjoys in a pleasurable way killing people. But Dexter's less scary than Art the fucking Clown. Like, if I had Art the Clown or Dexter hunting me, I mean, both suck. But like, Art would be way worse.
Mageddon plant. Time Baby spoke to Bill about this, and in return, he got smoked for it. What you expect, my jewelry? I'm pushing 20, passionately talking about a kid's show. What am I doing, man?
Hey, no. Hey. Gravity Falls is not just a kid's show. Gravity Falls is fucking peak, and it will always be peak. That is different from you, like, ranting about, like, the Teletubbies or something.
Bill is stuck in Theraprism as of now, where he's planning a Weird Mageddon 2.0. This guy just doesn't learn, does he? He's like a super clingy ex-girlfriend. Am I right, fellas? Freddy Krueger, a slasher film icon. He would have been in my top 3.
I hated Nightmare on Elm Street. I didn't finish it because I thought it was boring and not scary. I think that's also just the time they live in, but the premise of it is also just like, ugh. Like, yeah, he's in your dreams, but it's like Freddy Krueger's just like, it's not, I don't know. It doesn't do it for me as much as like Michael Myers. And even that isn't scary. Like, I feel like Freddy Krueger, the premise of Michael Myers or like Jason is scarier than Freddy.
3 if his movies weren't so cheese.
Freddy's a better like hypothetical though. Like what would you do? Because it's easier to avoid Jason and Michael, but I feel like the premise of Freddy Krueger's movie is good. Like, what do you do when if like you have to stay? How are you going to stay awake? Like, is your goal to not sleep? Are you going to try and kill him? Because he only can kill you when you go to bed.
He's committed mass murders, grand theft animarum, mass arson.
I feel like I would just be on like some shit that wouldn't make me sleep. And then when I do sleep, I wouldn't have dreams. Like, as fucked up as it is, I feel like I'd be on like meth. Like, if Freddy Krueger was actually after me, I would be like, I'm just going to not sleep for like a month and try and figure it out until you just faint. I don't have dreams. You do have dreams. You don't remember them. But then is that the premise? How does that work? Because you're having the dream. So is Freddy killing me in a dream that I'm not actively like aware in? Like, you're still aware in the moment, but you don't remember any of it. Like being blackout drunk. Like, I mean, blackout drunk, everything's impaired, but you're still actively experiencing the things that you're doing. You're just impaired while you're doing them, and you have no memory of any of the events. Like, it's still happening. So even if you don't remember it, Freddy could still kill you, so you just can't sleep.
Child abuse, crimes against humanity, you know, the whole shebang. When Freddy was alive, he killed a total of at least 20 children. Don't come at me if my information is wrong. I'm not James A. Janice. Anyways, he killed his own wife in front of his daughter because she found out he killed children, got arrested, got out of jail, got killed by a bunch of parents, and then after that, he went on to kill off even more kids in their dreams. He was then absolutely murked off by his own daughter. Come to daddy. Which is crazy. How are you gonna kill the mother but die to your own daughter years later? Should've slimed her when you had the chance, Freddy. Did all that murdering and shit just to get dragged by Jason years later. Art the Clown. Everyone thinks he's the...
No, Art the Clown is fucking... is the creepiest premise for a villain. And actually, no, it's just, dude, how they function. It's just like, it's not even evil. It's just gross. Like, everything, dude, the one scene from Terrifier 3 where his, like, little sidekick just starts going to town with a shard of glass. And he's, like, watching it. And she's, like, she's, like, sexually aroused from him scalping someone. It is disgusting. It is a borderline traumatic movie scene to watch. Like, it is why, like, who thought of that?
Next big thing in the slasher...
Spoiler, brother. I think, if anything, I'm helping prepare you, okay? Talk about, yeah, you could get mad at me for, like, spoiling, like, a Marvel movie. I feel like I'm warning you how bad that scene is. Like,
film industry.
If you watch that movie, like, hunker down around, like, 40 minutes in.
But is he evil enough to stand with the big dog? Yes. How is this even a question? He's quite literally known for loving the thrill of killing. Are we dumb? He offs people in crazy ways just cause he loves it. He's committed crimes such as mass murder, mass torture, terrorism, cannibalism, sexual harassment, and arson. He does all this while being fully there, unlike me.
And he doesn't talk. That's what does it. No, that's what does it. He never speaks. That having no reason is like, it's purely love of the game, and that's it. If you have a villain that doesn't speak, like, you know how much scarier that is? Like, you're being hunted by something. Yeah, like a mime, man, literally. You're being hunted by somebody that's like, where are you? That's scary. But imagine being hunted by a guy, dead silence. the whole time. And then when he does find you, he just makes a creepy smile and then bludgeons you to death. Like, fucking so much worse.
Worth the second shot. I don't care. The only goal he has is to brutally murder as many people as he possibly can for no reason other than for the sport of it. He's brutally tortured people to death. He killed an entire family dressed as Saint Nick himself, all cheesed up.
Yeah, dude. The funniest scene, or not funniest scene, the funniest clip I've ever seen is a sister that took her other sibling or friend to go see Terrifier and said that it was going to be some like kids movie or like a Christmas film or something. And in the beginning of the movie, it seems like it's a Christmas movie. No, listen, I'm not saying the movie's funny. She's filming her friend and somebody just fucking pull up the video and you hear like, boom, boom. You don't even see what's happening. You just see the sister and she's just going, like the whole time. And she's like, she turns to her, she's like, this isn't a kid's movie or something. Cause like they murder the kid. They murder the whole family. Like Art the Clown, like they show him like chopping like a child to death. Like show us the clip. Bro, how would I look that up? This isn't a kid's movie, Terrifier, TikTok. This isn't a family movie. Is this it? Oh, this is it.
Julia, I told you to stay out of my way. Julia, I told you to stay out of my way. Oh my god.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Dude. You fucking lied to me. This ain't no family movie.
Bro, she had to not be like told what the tickets were for. That is such a good idea though for like Friends, where it's like she went into that movie blind. Like she didn't even know what they were watching. It was like, hey, do you want to go to the movies? Never saw the tickets, never looked into it, never asked. Just like, hey, we're going to see a movie. Okay, I'll come. And then you sit down in a fucking theater to watch Terrifier 3. That's like the worst experience you could have.
Up and shit. You can't say Satan himself is possessing this motherfucker to do this as his bidding. Satan stopped having connections with art years ago. That motherfucker is working off free will and a dream. He's doing this for himself and only himself. Y'all think he gets hard off this shit? Moving on from slasher films because we have a few more going down the line. Frieza is without a doubt.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre is such a fucking bad movie. I hate chainsaws, and that's what the entire film rides on, and how he's like some weirdo that wants to like wear his mom's skin and shit or something. It's just a bad film, though. Like, you have like basically like a middle-aged fat guy holding a chainsaw running at you. Like, run faster. He can't catch you. Like, that, like, it's not like Jason where he's like at full sprinting. Same thing with like Michael Myers. It's just like the premise of it is so dumb. It's like you can't die to Michael Myers if you keep a 4-mile-per-hour walking pace. He walks. He walks, and he only kills on one night in his city. It's a movie, I know, but that removes the fear factor of it. A big part of making something scary is the transition of whether or not it could actually happen. You want the viewer to be immersed so hard that you're like, this feels real. And that, like, Art the Clown can feel that way to a point, right? Or Jason, where it's like, yeah, they're getting reborn, but it's like, this is like, they have the mindset of a real killer that's actually trying to chase you, right? That's why I always think the scariest movies are like the creepiest ones that are about like serial killers or people that are just like genuinely demented, not demons, not shapeshifters, not like actual monsters that are humans, right? Those are the scariest movies that you could watch.
An evil son of a bitch. And if someone tells me otherwise, then I implore you to go to your nearest mirror, take a look at
not even scariest, most disturbing. Scariest, yeah, it's like Smile or like shit where like, yeah, it's like a demented idea.
Yourself and ask yourself, how the fuck did I get this fucking stupid? He's willing to kill trillions just so he can rule the universe and get an extra 5 goddamn centimeters of height. Like, at least ask to be 6'2". That's like the perfect height, you fat forehead motherfucker. He's committed war crimes, done mass enslavement, universal endangerment, and torture. And worst of all, he's a little bitch. Just look at this.
Wow.
Broly, look! It's such a tragedy! Do you hear me? It's your father! He was killed by a stray energy blast!
What a fucking pussy. I just want to get in the ring with this motherfucker so bad. He fucking kills Krillin and tries to kill off all the Saiyans. Not around me. Hell nah. Me versus him right now. Let's go. You can't convince me this dickhead doesn't do this for fun, because he lost in 1991 and is still trying to best Goku and Vegeta. Like, let it go, bro. Retire already. Go start a family, gang. You desperately need some fucking punani in your life. Just look at my McDonald's hairline goat Vegeta. He switched up completely when he finally settled with Bulma. Unfortunately, though, Frieza will never change. He will always be a murderer, and I guess he's gonna own that till he dies or whatever. Goku, please. Kill him already. Just kill him. I couldn't make this list without...
Do they still make new Dragon Ball episodes? I don't watch that anime, so I don't know. No way. That manga's still going on? Well, I'm getting mixed answers here. Is the manga still running? So the manga's running, but the show's over? That's crazy. The author died? Really? I always, well, because that's when your show hard ends. Because basically all animes are based off mangas, right? And then when the manga's over, you run the anime out. There might be more fluff in the show, but that's usually when it's over.
Without a literal demon lord cosmic entity.
Manga's not running, but the show is.
Thingy guy called the Lich. The Lich is the embodiment of pure evil. Like,
okay, I will say, I never got into Adventure Time, but I really do like the villains, like the big, like knowing, like the most known villains in Adventure Time are like very cool, like not philosophical premises, but like they have individual characteristics that make them evil in their own rights and flawed in some way, and they're making like a good point.
Genuinely in the show,
like, it is a cool show.
Oh, it is stated he is pure evil. He understands what's wrong and what's right, but he chooses to be evil. His one and only goal is to eradicate everything that's alive and leave just himself remaining. Which is the stupidest fucking reason to be evil ever. Some of these villains just want to see the world burn. They don't even have cool goals.
Such a weird premise for a villain too, because wouldn't you think that you would just be like upset? Like, if you were a villain that just wanted to kill everything and then everybody was eventually dead, you would be upset that there's no one else to kill. Because like, they're truly evil in the sense that like they enjoy killing people, but they also have to recognize that like if there was nobody to kill, then their life would be meaningless.
If I was evil, my first...
He ended up saying that later on in the show? Really?
First goal would be to wipe off all flies, mosquitoes, wasps, and...
Did he talk about BUU? Who is that?
Hornets off the face of the planet, while also causing mass starvation and making myself the most tyrannical leader since Hitler. The Lich has done mass genocide, terrorism, psychological abuse, and worst of all, animal cruelty. The Lich was evil just because he was made that way. So that leads me to believe that he's doing this shit for fun and no other reason whatsoever.
I met him 15 years ago. I was told there was nothing left.
Michael Myers.
No reason, no conscience, no...
I will say Brooke really put me onto the Michael Myers films. I think that they're bad movies, but it's just a good slasher. It's a great Halloween film. The same music every time, and it's like, no, Michael Myers. And then he always just kills them. Like, usually one person gets away, that's about it.
Understanding. most rudimentary sense of life or death, of good or evil, right or wrong. I met this 6-year-old child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes.
Bro, this is a hard ass at it right now. I was not expecting a random Michael Myers edit mid-video.
I spent 8 years trying to reach him, and then another 7 trying to keep him locked up because I realized that what was living behind that boy's eyes was purely and simply evil.
That cinematic ass trailer I made should tell you why he's on the list.
Our 6th entry on this list is another slasher film baddie. There's a reason why these motherfuckers make it onto the list easy, and that's because most of these guys are all soulless serial killers. But that's why we love them, behind our screens and nowhere near us. Michael is known for being pure evil, because he was pretty much just hardwired that way since a kid. He kills just because he wants to. He kills innocents, teenagers, sisters, old people, even dogs. He's a fucking psycho. He literally just wants 2 things: to kill his entire family and to kill anyone he encounters. This guy literally just kills for fun. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, but doesn't he have like who's the main actor in the Michael Myers movies? Who's that woman it just flashed? I always forget her name. She was in Everything Everywhere All at Once too. She's a good actor. This vid's low-key ass. Well, hop out of the stream then, buddy. I'm not skipping it. Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah. Doesn't he have like an obsession with killing her too because like she gets away? So I don't know. They always have some motive. Like I don't think the motive is just like I like killing. I think it's always like I like killing because of this, right? It's hard to do this. The hunt is enjoyable. Oh, Jamie Lee Curtis is his sister.
Now, I'm not a sadistic serial killer, but that shit was funny as fuck. If I was killing like this, I'd find that shit fun too. Come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, she was shooting anything but Michael. She was a walking corpse at this point. I watched all 3 Halloween movies from 2018 to 2022 on YouTube at 480p, skipping through the movie most of the time because I'm a little bitch when it comes to horror movies, okay? Moving on.
Okay, I will say I didn't watch all of Terrifier 3. I scrolled the movie just for the kill scenes. Because I know that's all I'm there to see, and the build-up stresses me out. That's lame. I don't care. Because if I'm watching Terrifier 3, all I want to see is the weird scenes. You're a freak? I'm not... Bro, listen. I'm stressed out leading up to it. The build-up of horror movies is what I don't like. So I would rather just see the scary shit now. Like Conjuring. Like, just show me the creepy stuff. Right? The in-between filler, that's where it builds, and that's when I get stressed. So then I'm less stressed if I actually just only watch, like, highlight reels of the clips. I don't do that for most movies, though. I only did that for Terrifier. I'll watch, like, the full movie of other horror films.
We got Carnage.
That's the point? I know.
And like, come on, guys. This one is the easiest entry on this list. All he does is murder and spread chaos. Even Venom doesn't fuck with this guy, and that's his son. There's so many variants of Carnage, and literally almost all of those variants are all the same. Mass murderers, terrorists, cannibalists, they're all fucking evil. And they all do it for one reason, and one reason only: cause it's fun. And I respect Carnage so much cause at least he's admitted to it being fun to kill people for no reason. Some characters like to lie about their goals, like Frieza. He says he wants to be immortal and rule the universe, but in reality, he's just a racist! Among all the Carnages, they've amassed countless amounts of kills. The Dead Meat channel shivers in fear when they hear the name Carnage. One day I'm gonna do a kill count style video on Carnage. No, I ain't. Dark Knight Joker is arguably the most...
Ooh, that's also a great great fucking movie. That is the best intro to a film. The Dark Knight. I'm not eating another edible. Refund that shit. That is the best movie intro. Not the best movie. I don't know if I would say it's top. Ooh, yo, should we do a top 50 films? I couldn't do top 50. Similar to the games. Bro, I should do like a top 20. I think I could do top 20 Joe Bart films. That'd be hard, though. I'd have to scroll through every movie I've seen. I think like top 5 in the top 10, at least in the top 20. I always say these are my top 5. Shutter Island, The Thing, The Mist is fire. Everything Everywhere All at Once is good. I like Interstellar, The Matrix, John Wick, the first one. Dude, I could just ramble off good-ass movies. Deadpool 1, Deadpool 3. Not Deadpool 2. Deadpool 2, bit of a letdown. What else? The Mist is Schindler's List is a good movie. Sad movie. Saving Private Ryan, Fury. Yeah, I could list a bunch of war movies. Wall-E, Smile. Nah, I don't know if they're in the tops, though. Shrek 1. Only Shrek 1. In Time. Marvel movies. Endgame, probably on the list. Infinity War, not on the list. Guardians of the Galaxy 3 and 2, not 1. I could go movie for movie right now forever. I could go into the comedy genre, Superbad. Right. Start running those up. Jurassic Park? No. Jurassic World? No. I don't know if there's a Jurassic Park movie up there for me. They're good films, though. There's a Fast and Furious on the list.
Reasonable evil.
I don't know which, but there would be.
Doer on this list, which is crazy to say, but let's be honest. His only competition here.
Oh, as I was saying, though, Dark Knight, great movie intro. Just starts with a bank robbery. Whole premise, the villain. There was no, like, beat up intro. It just shows you the guy.
Honest. His only competition here is Bill Cipher, and that guy is a chaos god that would give you testicular cancer if he heard you was getting a little too much play with the ladies. He only wants to spread chaos and make a city with no rules. Heath Ledger did a crazy good job acting as a character that's mentally there but also not really there, you know? Rest in peace, you beautiful Australian man.
That is really sad. He had a lot of great films outside of that, too. I watched a romance movie he was in. That was great.
Some of Joker's many crimes consists of mass murder, terrorism, arson, kidnapping, and all that good stuff. Joker takes joy.
Yeah, I think the one scene where he burns the stack of money is, like, so, like, peak in that film. Like, it really shows you how evil he is when he's just, like, he gets all that money and he just fucking sets it on fire. He's like, I don't give a shit.
Joy in all the things he's doing. There is no other life he would choose other than his because he thinks he's doing God's work here. He's crazy in the head, and I think all of us know deep down.
I don't know. I don't want to say iconic.
Down
because iconic is like, it removes the actual, like, I guess, symbolism of it.
He loves the thrill of getting chased by Batman and killing hundreds in the process. Mixed it up with a different kind of video today, but I gotta spice things up once in a while with different types of content, you know?
I mean, dude, I thought this video was fucking awesome. That shit was good. All right. Next. AV2 for the sub, Soul for the sub, Spiky for the 1,000 biddies, Vigo and Tash for the sub, Joe Bar for the 3. First stream, I'm a VOD viewer. I wanted to say that you helped me through a lot in life. You're the go. Thank you. Nova for the sub, Big for the 3. Dragon Ball's gas. I liked it so much. Goku's G kanji tattooed to my chest. You should watch it. Clear and Square for the sub, Joe Bar for the 3. Going through a lot in life. You've helped me. Well, I hope you're all right, man. Big for the 3. You always make me laugh. Thank you for what you do. Thank you. Super for the 5. Puff and Cheetah for the sub, Joe Bar for the 3. Got me through my favorite streamer. You've helped me through a lot. You're the best. Super, and thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Mink, Arid, Kronk FIFA for the sub, Jacko for the sub, Clash for the 3. I already read that. All right. We have 2 more reacts, and here's the rest of the schedule, chat. I'm going to be posting the main of the gaming when I end, but we still have 2 more reacts. So we'll be streaming for like another 45 minutes if I had to guess. Tomorrow, random games. Tabs, Bling Bling. Maybe rematch, maybe Jack Smith. We might be playing this new game too called where is it? Orange Roulette, because it seems kind of good.
Probably using money right
wait.
now.
We might use it on Or we might play that on Tuesday. And then we're playing Peek, me, Sneeg, Zeusy, and Chris. Tuesday is a random game day. Itch horror games, other random games, kind of whatever chat wants. Because then I'm gone the 25th or the 30th. While I'm gone, I'm going to be doing 2 vlogs. They're going to be posted, edited when I get back. We'll be grinding out stream when I get back. I take 3 breaks every summer, usually 3 to 6 days break each. And I'm going to be posting on YouTube every day that I'm gone. Arc for the 3, just ate raw chicken. That's awesome, man. Also, if you have any videos you want to watch or games you want to play, videos just shop, games shop. It's I find most of the videos that I watch games I play. All right, next video. Lock in, chat. The entire history of money.
You're probably using money right now. I mean, not right now, unless you're paying rent to watch this video on the toilet and or in bed, which if you are, we need to talk. But money is everywhere. You work for it, you save it, you stress over it, you might cry over it, or even break up over it. At least, I did. But what if I told you the thing literally controlling your entire life is actually...
It is weird it's a speculative currency, right? We attribute value to the dollar that enables us to spend things based on how much... labor time and value of that labor that specific asset or thing requires. I feel like money would make a lot more sense if we were still on the gold standard. Because there was like a limited amount of gold in the world. And so having that level of gold would make more sense. But we're kind of like diamond market almost, you know, you just flood the market with a speculative like currency that has no real value outside of what we give it. And then you base everything off of that.
Actually completely made up. Yeah, money's kind of fake. But to understand how we got here, credit cards, crypto scams, whatever the heck MILF coin is, we gotta go way back. No, not to 1929. I mean, so far back, we get to prehistoric goat trading caveman times. Back then, there was...
Well, it used to just be trade, right? Where you would have just one specific thing, you might have an abundance of it, and you need something else, and so you trade like 10 wheat for a piece of meat. Or something like that. You have 3 loaves of bread, you give that up for something else. But that becomes complicated because sometimes you have assets that have value that other people don't want specifically. Like early trade was great because it enabled you to get rid of things you had an abundance of for things that you don't have. But if I need meat and you have meat, but you don't want bread, then how the fuck am I going to get the meat from you? But if I'm able to sell my bread for a different outside third-party currency or trade item, then it becomes easier for me to get whatever I want.
There was no money.
Trade is better? It's not. It's not. I don't think trade's better, but I think that, like, the gold standard or some sort of metal currency has an easier value that's held over time. It enables you to do less money manipulation-wise, and that can hurt your economy. But it also just can't be fucked up as much as other currencies are. Like, you wouldn't have the risk of, like, what happened to, like, Venezuelan Bolivar, where, like, you know, 100,000 Venezuelan Bolivar wasn't worth anything. If you have gold, gold always has some specific money, and you're on that standard that can't change.
No coins, no bills, no Venmo, just people trading things. This was called bartering. You'd say... Hey, I got 2...
Ain't nobody want to see this shit? Oh, then I'll just ban you from the stream and you won't see it. Dip out of here if you don't want to watch the video, boss. Kiwi for the sub, Joseph the 3. Are you scared of the current situation between US and Iran? We talked about it earlier in the stream. Nothing to fear. Hopefully, wouldn't want my favorite streamer or YouTuber to get killed or something that truly wouldn't happen. Love your streams. You're the realist. Thank you. Only for the 3. Hey, Joe, my name's Reynalis, and I love watching your streams. Whenever I'm not watching them, my mom, her name is Maria, always says, where's the blonde guy? Anyway, can you say, hey, Maria? It would make your day. Hello, Maria. How are you? Judge and Panda for the sub, HN for the sub, and thank you for the 3 only. Void and G Money for the sub, Arc for the 3. I already read that. Lock in.
2 chickens. Can I get a basket of apples? And the other person would say deal, or nah, I hate the chickens. And you definitely don't deserve apples. But what's the problem with this? Well, you needed to find someone who both had what you wanted and wanted what you had, which is called a double coincidence of one.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, but yeah, you could say it in expert terms, buddy. That's all right.
and it kinda sucked. So instead of trading things, people started using objects that represented value. In China, people used cowrie shells because they were rare and shiny. In Mesopotamia, people traded barley and silver rings. In Rome,
yeah, I think once you get to metals and things that you know have like a limited supply, it becomes easier. But once you have like something that could have such speculative value through how much there actually is of that commodity is when things get fucked up. The most like notable situation I think is in Denmark when we watched an Atrioc video about it too. But there's also a lot of history on it. When like tulips became highly valued and the whole market got fucked up because like individual tulips were becoming to be like the generally traded commodity, but then there were ones that were more valuable than others. And so which one you had more value than others, even though everybody was kind of holding them as some sort of safe net of value or like investment. And there was one tulip that was traded for like 40 sheep, like fucking 1,000 pounds of wheat and something else, like one flower.
salt was so valuable that soldiers were literally paid in it. That's where we get the word salary. I'm not even kidding, the direct translation means salt allowance. Technically, this wasn't money the way we think of it, but it worked because everyone agreed that these things were valuable. It was like a social contract, but things started to rapidly accelerate. Fast forward to around 600 BCE in a kingdom called Lydia. King Aliots had a brilliant idea. Let's melt down precious metals, stamp my face on them, and make people trade them. Boom, the first coins. And they were made from electrum, a natural mix of gold and silver. But these coins had several big advantages. They were durable. They had standardized weights, so you knew exactly what they were worth. And most importantly, the stamp on the coin acted like a government certificate guarantee of value.
Yeah, but then you get into the first people that started forgery of money. And that's not even something that's like new with like bills. Like there were people that were fake minting coins thousands of years ago. They were counterfeit artists, yeah, that were able to refund the push-ups. We're not doing channel point redemptions right now. They were able to counterfeit currency and like way back, and how hard that was to stop that then. Like what a great way to get rich in like, you know, illegally in those times was literally just straight up counterfeiting. Because you could like print and mint coins that weren't of actual like metal standard of others.
The Greeks then stole this idea. Every city-state had its own currency, and the Athenian drachma was basically the dollar of the ancient Mediterranean. Then the Romans came in and said, hold my wine. They created a complex monetary system. Gold aureus for big deals, silver denarius for everyday stuff, and
I think that's really good that they came up with different types of currency, but what really fucks me up is like, yeah, the US dollar is kind of used as a standard around the world, but even if it wasn't, you have like a trade value between items. Like you could look up like what is the USD to like Canadian exchange rate. $1 right now today is worth 1.37 Canadian dollars. So like if you go to Canada, they have like a level of how that currency is like exchanged. And obviously there's like a much more complex like and you know known way to determine what currency has what value comparable to another in modern times. But back then when like Athens might have one coin and then another nation or nation state has another coin, how the fuck do you determine what's worth in one area, what's worth in the other? And then you can't go like, well, we're going to base it off of one commodity. You can't go, well, it's 2 Athenian coins for one thing of bamboo, but it's 4 you know, Chinese whatever currency they used, right? You can't do that because what is valued as a product in one area might be different than another.
Complex monetary system. Gold aureus for big deals, silver denarius for everyday stuff, and bronze coins for the smaller things. This helped them build a massive empire, but then they got greedy. Starting debasement to save on resources, they slowly started reducing the silver, gold, and bronze in the coins, where people noticed and got pissed. Then, inflation happened. Sound familiar? Meanwhile, in China, during the Song dynasty, they thought carrying coins around was annoying, heavy, loud, and robbery magnets. So they came up with something genius. What if we leave our coins with the government and carry a paper that says how much we deposited? Boom! the first official paper money. These notes were backed by the government treasuries, which were redeemable for metal coins. Basically, the paper was an IOU, pretty much saying, yes, this piece of paper is worth something, trust me bro, I got you. But Europe didn't catch on until way later. But when
wow, dude, they had paper money that long ago?
they did, they changed everything. Banks started issuing promissory notes. You deposit the gold, get a note, and trade the note like it was money. Eventually, people stopped redeeming gold altogether, and the notes became the money. But in reality, it was just paper with fancy signatures. By the 1800s, the world was getting really tired of all of these different made-up currencies and unstable banknotes. And then someone had the idea of the gold standard. Every single dollar, pound, franc, or any currency you could possibly think of could now be traded for a specific amount of gold, like the actual shiny pirate treasure kind of gold. No longer was money fake. It was kind of like it went, hey look, I'm real now. I'm actually backed by something that looks cool and is shiny. And this worked great for international trade. Countries trusted each other's money now more than ever because they all knew
But
that—
how do they determine that now? Because we don't live by the gold standard anymore. How do we determine what a currency's value is? The supply and demand of currencies on global foreign exchange markets. In short, the currency's price will rise if demand is high and its price will fall if demand is low. So how much other countries want that currency? But then how do you attribute a numeric value to that? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
that it could be swapped for gold. Okay, so you've got countries trading gold-backed money. Everything feels solid, grounded, and stable. So naturally,
can we change up the video? I don't like this video very much. This is rage bait, bro.
Humans being humans, we went, cool. Now let's make it really
That's the point. They fucked us. Yeah, but when did we leave the gold standard?
complicated and gamble on companies we don't even work at. And thus, the stock market was born. Now, the idea of investing isn't new. Even back in ancient Rome, people were investing in shipping expeditions, basically the early versions of Shark Tank, but with way more togas. But the modern stock market really kind of started back in 1602, before this whole gold thing, when the Dutch East India Company became the first company in the world to issue shares to the public. That's right, the same country to give us windmills and wooden shoes also gave us capitalism. They sold pieces of their company to investors to raise money for expeditions. If the voyage was successful, investors got a cut of the profit, and if the ship sank, well, there goes the investment. This idea exploded, and by the 1700s, stock exchanges popped up in London, Paris, and eventually Wall Street in New York. So how does it work? Basically, a company wants to raise money, and instead of taking out a loan, they go public and sell tiny pieces of the company as shares. People, like you and me, buy those shares, which now represent partial ownership, and if the company does well, the price goes up, but if it does bad, the price goes down. And the best part is, you can sell this at any time. And all of the money that you put away for retirement, well, that's pretty much in stocks. And at this point, it's more like legalized.
Yeah, it actually is, but it's in like very low risk markets. Like your 401k, it could collapse, but it's not like day trading. Like day trading is where you're like putting large sums of money in and out of accounts in one day or another. Like the 401k and like all of your like retirement investments are basically playing the long game, that like over the course of the next 40 years, it'll compound to a substantial amount of money that if you work well enough and long enough at a job, you'll be able to retire with that amount. How much longer is stream? I just got here. We're going to watch this video. I think I might save this video for another day. I kind of want to watch a horror video after this.
Gambling. But instead of betting on horses or cards, you're betting on billion-dollar companies. What happens if your country goes to war and spends more than it has? Or what if the economy crashes and the people want to take all of their cash out at the same time?
Well, then you have a depression.
Well, that happened, and that was called the Great Depression. In the stock market crash of 1929, people panicked, businesses failed, unemployment skyrocketed, and banks were folding faster than a cheap lawn chair. And the worst part is that banks didn't have insurance back then, so if they went under, your money disappeared. This collapse—
Yeah, nothing was FDIC insured. That's why when you go to banks, it says FDIC insured up to $250,000, I think, per bank account. Before then, like, that just wasn't real. And so if you gave all of your life savings to a bank and then the bank burned, or like they lost your money, like you're just shit out of fucking luck.
Apps was
And so that's when people were like really got into hoarding, and that's where the economy collapses, because that's where you like have people like literally keeping their cash under their mattress.
so bad that it led to the US government creating the FDIC, which basically said, from now on, if your bank fails, we'll make sure you get your money back, to a point, and then it's still a maybe. But it made people realize just how trust-based this whole money thing has become. But things are about to get way crazier. After a couple of world wars, a global depression, and way too many economic breakdowns, many countries started backing away from gold because they realized how bad it could potentially be. Because when everyone tries to take out their gold all at once and you don't have enough, well, that's not a good thing. So later on in 1971, the US President Richard Nixon looked at the system and went, you know what, let's just not do this anymore. He decided to unlink the US dollar from gold entirely. In that moment, it was the official beginning of fake fiat money. But what does fiat mean? No, it's not that awful car. Technically, fiat is a formalized authorization, proposition, or decree. AKA, the government was basically like, yeah, this is money because I said so. And since then, the US dollar went on to become the backbone of global finance.
Whoa, but isn't that so bad? If the US dollar stops becoming like the main thing that's traded in commodities, our dollar decreases so fast, so rapidly, and that's what people are worried about with our national debt. We're like, if we get so much debt, then people will stop wanting our money because we're going to be less, you know, insured as a standard, right? The reason the U.S. is also so powerful is, yeah, we have a high GDP, we have a lot of people, we have a lot of businesses, we have a big military, but it's also because people in other countries use our currency and we borrow money from them, right? And then pay them back interest rates, and then that helps them prop up their own individual wealth and other stuff. Like a lot of, even our own stock market, a lot of foreign countries, citizens and nations as well, that save their money, right? Like a lot of Nordic countries put a lot of money away in like a safe net area that they could use for their people. That's why they have such high tax rates as well, but also such well-made governments to where the average person is happier in Nordic countries than around the world. But a lot of those investments they have are in American stocks, American goods, American money. And so if we lose that value, then like we're fucked. Like, we're fucked.
The world just kind of shrugged and ran.
That's why people care about how much debt we're in and whether or not we're able to pay it.
I guess we're doing the same. So at this point, your money is no longer worth an amount.
But if we're also fucked, then they're also in some degree fucked. That's why when the U.S. is really down, a lot of the world is too.
Gold, it's worth whatever the government tells you it is. And guess what? You just believe them because you have no other choice. But now that money wasn't even real since it wasn't tied to gold, how about if we let people buy things with money they didn't even have? Well, this is where the first credit card comes in. But which was the first? Diners Club. It was basically, hey, you can pay for your food now and regret it later. Then came Bank AmeriCard, which later became Visa, MasterCharge, now MasterCard, and suddenly everyone could buy things with money they didn't actually have. This was the birth of the
And then there's Klarna, and you can buy a Chipotle burrito and pay for it in 12 installments over the next months.
Pay you Tuesday for a burger today economy. The same economy that will not let you buy a house or anything else unless you use this fake credit card money. But to make matters worse, if you don't pay that money off in time, then you incur interest. So if you owe $100 and you don't pay it off in time, now you'll owe $120, which is insane. After this came debit cards, online banking, and mobile wallets, where we pretty much stopped using cash entirely.
Cash is still king, though. The reason you require a level of credit to be able to buy certain things is because you have to be able to show that you're able to pay people back. Your credit score is basically showing whether or not you're a trustworthy person to lend money to. If you have a 425 credit score, that shows that you're just generally not trustable. If I were to give you $100, you're probably going to pay me back either very late or you're not going to pay me back. And then you're going to incur more debt and try and go bankrupt, right? If you have a high credit score, that shows that you are trustworthy to loan money to, regardless of that level of money, because you always pay back in time.
Going to banks, and we started trusting machines with our life savings. Now you can tap a phone to buy coffee, you can transfer money with a thumbprint, and you can even split rent money with your roommates through an app while pretending to not be mad.
Instead of watching a horror game or a horror video, can you play a horror game? We might play some horror games on Tuesday. Not today, though. Today's React Day. Monday, we're doing random games. Maybe more Jack Smith, Slime Rancher, fucking Tabs, Bling Bling, whatever chat really wants. And then tomorrow, Tuesday is when we're going to do like itch horror games, rematch, maybe some random shit. And then I'm gone for 6 days. Post on YouTube while I'm gone, vlogging for when we get back, posting 2 videos from that, and then we're going to be grinding out streamouts this summer.
Mad because they didn't pay you on time. Well, hold on a second. Let's be honest. When you actually open your bank app, do you feel like that number represents real money? And is the money in your bank account actually there? Well, technically,
No.
the number you see is a complete lie. Just when we thought we had it all figured out, 2008 came in swinging like a wrecking ball, Miley Cyrus style, and exposed the entire financial system. You see, during the financial crisis, normal people finally realized that when you deposit money into a bank, the bank doesn't actually keep all of it.
No, they only keep a small fraction based off of, like, statistically how much you'll request in a given amount of time. They have to pay you in full if you wanted to get rid of your money, but you would have to go to multiple banks. The banks don't hold that much cash, and the actual money that you do invest with them, they invest themselves to try and make money off your money. That's how banks make money. Because they're not just sheltering your money for free. A bank's also a business, and that's why they pay you a very low interest rate rather than if you invested your own money.
No, thanks to something called fractional reserve banking, banks are only required to keep 10% of your money on hand. So if you give them $1,000, they're only keeping $100 and sending the other $900 out into the world like it's on a gap year backpacking through Europe. They're loaning out.
They're loaning out your money. Either it could be in the stock market. They could be. They're just investing it into specific loans that are going to incur them higher payback.
Flip it, invest it, and do whatever makes the bank more money. But the problem is that if too many people try and pull their money out at the same time, the bank's just standing there like, so funny story, we don't have your money. That's basically what happened. The financial system cracked wide open, people got evicted, jobs disappeared, and suddenly the world realized our entire banking system is held together by hope, vibes, and a very fragile spreadsheet. 2009. The world is still recovering from a massive financial crash caused by big banks doing some really dumb stuff with the imaginary money. And some would say that we've still never really recovered, but out of the shadows came a mysterious figure named Satoshi Nakamoto, who could quite literally be anyone.
Bitcoin! Bitcoin!
A team, the CIA, your grandma, my mom, who knows? Satoshi says, what if our money wasn't controlled by a government, no bank, or a dude in a suit? And so, Bitcoin was born. It runs on a blockchain technology, and let me simplify that for all of you. Imagine you had a notebook that everyone in the world can see. Every time you bought, sold, traded, or did anything with money, it was going to be written into this book. But nobody could erase it. No one could change it. It is permanent. Just like that embarrassing thing you posted 5 years ago. Crypto and Bitcoin promises financial freedom, decentralization, and an end to the greedy middleman. But then, it turned into a casino. People started investing in coins like Shiba Inu, Pepe, and Trump coin. Yes, the president of the United States actually launched a meme coin. Some made millions, and others lost their entire life savings faster than you could say rug pull. But love it or hate it, crypto showed one thing. People are ready to ditch traditional money even if they have no idea what they're jumping into. But it's kind of always been this way. Money is not gold, it's not paper, and it's not numbers in an app. Money is an illusion, a shared hallucination, a mutual agreement that this otherwise worthless thing can unlock tacos.
Yeah, and whatever you attribute to it, it still has no value. Like, the gold standard is the most physical, but even then, it's like, you're giving value to gold, yes, because it has use, but it's also just like, hey, big shiny object that there's not a lot of, and we're going to act like we care about it. Like, to the average person, gold has no meaning. Like, you're not going to be able to use it in day-to-day life. It's just something that you still attribute value to because you know it's expensive.
Plane tickets and therapy that you can't afford because you're mentally unstable. But even if it is fake, as long as enough people believe in it, it works. But just don't be the one holding the bag when that belief finally runs out, because the consequences are very real. But if this blew your mind even just a little, consider hitting the subscribe button, because I'm going to explain.
Dude, I fucking loved that video. I loved that video. That shit was awesome. Can't wait to pay you with air in 30 years. Fox for the 3. I watched your friend lose $500,000 in a week on meme coins. 500K. Oh, God. Talk Selena. Yeah. Days and Vin for the sub. Kiwi for the sub. Joe's for the 3. I already read that. All right. We're going to save this one philosophy video for another day. Let's watch a horror vid. Boom. 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 We watched Who's There. It's another good short film. Did we see Before Dark? I think we've seen this one. Yeah, we've seen this one. Mr. Beast video. Watch The Box. We've seen The Box. All right, hold up. I need to get a fucking Cliff Bar, dude. I'm starving. Count me down 30 seconds. Oh. Fake and DK for the sub. What's your opinion on the U.S. strikes on Iranian and U.S. enrichment facilities? Already talked about it at the beginning of stream, Gabe. You got to check the VOD. All right. What horror video do we want to watch? We've seen the Mr. Beast video. I've seen it. Already watched it. FNAF tapes. We could do this one. This one's more sad than scary. Vita Carnus. I actually do have a Vita Carnus video. It's just creepy, though. Like, bro. I'm not trying to read all that shit right now. Fuck that. We'll watch that another day. I'm gonna watch, like, a short horror film. Something simple. Where I don't have to read. I have so many videos, I just don't know which one to watch. What is Pizza Party? Have you seen this one? Bro. Mr. Async for the fucking 25,000 biddies. I almost just choked on my fucking Cliff Bar. What the absolute fuck? Thank you for the biddies, man. Oh my god. I appreciate the fucking bits, Mr. Async. You did not need to do that, man. Holy shit. Thank you for the fucking biddies, bro. Make sure I give you the 3. Do you watch the other side of the box? We have, yeah. Nixon, avoid for the sub. My fly didn't know I was playing college football. Gabe for the 3. You're good. Walker for the sub. Mr. Async. Thank you for the fucking 25,000 biddies, man. Oh my god. I think we're going to watch this video. It's age restricted. What are the odds there's nudity? I don't think it is. I think it's just like creepy art. We're going to watch this. Pizza Panic Party. Mr. Async, thank you again for the fucking biddies, man. Seriously. There's nudity in this? Are you sure? Can we get a scan? It doesn't look like it. GORGAZMA. 1986. Got that brand new tape. Yep, pop that bitch in. 3 songs. Wow, what a weird time where this was like the shit. This was like the music.
Looking in the mirror, no reflection. Searching for a pulse.
It's way cooler.
No detection. Trying to find a sign that I exist at all.
Rebecca. Jeanette.
Memory of you, a flash of lightning, a dark and empty house.
Cigarette.
Can feel so frightening. The sound of my own voice just echoes off the wall.
Marco. Who's Margot?
Hey guys,
Margot.
pizza's here.
It's about time. I'm starving to death over here, Margot.
Maybe you wouldn't be so hungry if you spent your money on food instead of cancer sticks. The smell makes me want to Ralph.
Eat me, Tracy.
Guys, stop it. That's enough. Let's eat.
Save for the pizza.
Did she just have a black Rubik's Cube? What is the point of that? Oh, she Sharpied it out.
So hungry.
Does that say die like the rest?
No, I think.
Mr. Racing, thank you for the fucking 30 gifteds, man. Oh my God. Holy shit. Thank them if you got to sub. Thank you for the 30 gifteds. Thank you for the fucking biddies too, man. Oh my God. Thank you for the fucking bits, seriously. Mr. B6 for the 3. Do you see Roblox Go Garden has officially reached more concurrent players than Fortnite ever has? Yeah. And for the sub. BBX Maxwell for the sub. ATX for the 4. Your stream's helping you while I'm struggling mentally. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help. And I hope you're okay. And yo, Async. Thank you for the fucking biddies, dude. Or not biddies. Thank you for the biddies and the subs, actually. I was trying to say subs first, though. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but thank you for the fucking subs, dude. On for the sub. All right, lock in.
No, I think they meant to. Hungry.
Does that say die like the rest?
No, I think they meant to spell.
Die like the rest. Oh, you had the best, now die like the rest.
Dine, like D-I-N-E.
Why are you ordering this fuck-ass pizza? Just mushrooms on a cheese pizza? And olives? Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm fine with the mushrooms. Mushroom olive cheese pizza? Pass.
Where did you get this from?
Pizza place, duh. It's just some new.
It looks like you stole this from Chuck E. Cheese and then fucking just placed your own mushrooms and olives on it.
Joint in town? Brett said it was red.
Here we go.
Ew. Gag me with a spoon. Mushrooms and olives? Are you kidding me?
I agree. I agree. I agree.
Pick them off or pay for your own pizza next time.
Margot.
I agree as well. Facts. Get your bum ass your own pizza.
Don't be like that. She can't help it if she was raised by picky-eating bimbo apes from planet Fuckwad. I'm sorry that mushrooms are totally disgusting and pepperoni isn't. Okay, bitch?
No, pepperoni is objectively more gross when you think about it. It's just like ground up animal fats and like body parts that are discarded and unwanted. It's like a pepperoni sausage that's cut up. Like it's way more gross than a mushroom.
I'm sorry, what did you call me?
Jeanette.
Ooh, I'm so scared. Is that better, sweetie?
Don't be drama. Let's move on. What do you guys want to do tonight anyway?
We could play a game. I have Twister.
Lame.
Okay. We could watch a movie. My dad rented A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Lame. I've seen it too many times. Freddy sure is dreamy though.
Oh, what?
Freddy Krueger? Freddy Krueger? Freddy Krueger is not dreamy. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a child killer.
Yeah, but that sweater, that fedora,
that clock. Hey.
The sweater and the fedora is doing it for her?
Oh my god. Guys, what's this?
A brain sucker. And what's it doing? Starving.
Okay, you guys are so weird. Get your Freddy fucking fingers off my hair and turn the music back on.
Fine. Going. Party pooper.
What's about to happen? The mushroom pizza's gonna turn one of them. That's what it is. That shit was drugged. That's got some alien shit in it. She's gonna turn into an alien because she ate that mushroom and olive pizza. What is about to happen?
You okay, Margo? Margo.
They were hallucinogenic mushrooms. Hey, now the party started. And now the party started. Ego death. Killer
Margo.
tunes.
Hey, are you okay?
You're acting like a spaz.
My head.
Wait, now this is actually Heat, though. What is this song? Somebody tell me.
You're acting
Brady, Shazam this?
like a spaz.
Hey, are you okay?
You're acting like a spaz.
My head. Margo.
She got drugged or something.
Margo, are you okay?
Oh, this is turning into like an evil Bong movie.
Whoa, what the hell was that for, Margo?
Seriously,
What
what's your
just happened?
damage?
I saw it coming on the pizza.
It's totally the mushrooms and olives. I told you they were bogus.
Are you on drugs?
It's coke, isn't it?
Oh my god, what the hell?
Something is in me. I can't stop it.
Holy shit, Margo, we're gonna get you some help.
No, leave. It wants me to hurt you. I know what it's thinking.
Margo, stop it, you're scaring us.
Get out!
This is such weird special effects.
Margo, your head is literally split open. Margo, we gotta get you to a hospital.
Margo, we gotta get you to a hospital. Bitch, I'm running. What? She just had an alien grow out of her head. Margo, we need to get you to the hospital. I think something's wrong. I think something's wrong here. I don't know. I'm just, you know, basing off of my own logic as a human here. I don't think you having like your head splitting open and having a larva grow out of it is normal.
You're like, now.
She's like Megamind now. She could fucking see, she could see thoughts.
Margo, please. We're your friends. Please don't hurt us.
I can smell the color blue now.
Get out. Help us.
What is happening? I'm just running away from that. I'm just running away from that. What I don't like. Why the fuck are they like? I understand like the fear right now because that is scary. But, like, why are they standing watching this? One of them's behind by the door. Oh, wait, no, she got thrown. Do you ever wonder how they make this? Like, how do they make this? Look at that. That is just, like, art. Somebody had to, like, handcraft whatever this is, because this is practical effects. No, this isn't. Is this VFX? Do you think this is edited like CGI, or do you think this is like made? Oh, yeah, no shit, it's fake. Do you think it's CGI?
You look like shit, Margo. Stop it! What's going on? What the fuck is happening? Wait, no! Cry later!
Oh, is it gonna be normal now? Oh, she has the third eye.
Grab something! Hit it!
Hit it! Hit it! With what, a fucking sledgehammer? Bro, that thing is going to... you're gonna hit it with a fucking stuffed animal?
Getting out of here! Oh, shit!
Oh, she picked up the shard of glass. Ooh.
Fuck, you big fucking cat! Somebody help me!
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's all fake. Am I allowed to show this?
Frankie, just hold on!
Strong pizza box.
Get off my best friend, you ugly fucking bitch! Sandra! Batter up!
Wow, really had to have a call tag there right at the end. Had to shout that. Quick shout out right there. Perfect timing. Batter up, bitch. Doink. Right onto it. Really had to have the fucking... She had a saying there.
You gotta help me! Tracy!
Yeah, think fast. Think fast. Here's one going out of the stands. Smack. Oh, do you think she's gonna have another one-liner here? They call me the bat. She just slipped on a piece of pizza.
Let's fucking kill it! Let me do it! It's getting away! This is for Sandra, you brain-sucking fuck! What the fuck just happened?
Wow. What a weird video. What a weird video. I don't know how I feel about that. It was well made. I don't know how the centric production, lighting, photography. No, it was a good video. It was just weird. Anyways, chat, that was a W stream. If you have any videos you want to watch or games you want me to play, video search up, games search up. It's time to find most of the videos that I watch games I play. Vapor for the 3. My 2-year-old brother, so you say hi to Malcolm. Hello, Malcolm. Also for the 5. Kevin for the sub. Maya for the 3. Jazz the Snarky Swap for the sub. Maya for the 1,000. But he's Cappy and Brady for the sub. Jail, thank you for the sub as well. Anyways, chat. We're going to be posting on the main and the gaming right when I end watch that. Outside of that, chat, I will be live tomorrow around 2 EST. We're going to be doing random games. Bling Bling Bankruptcy, maybe. Probably Tabs. Probably more Slime Rancher. Maybe this game called like Orange Roulette and a few other games. And then we're going to be playing Peak, me, Sneak, Zeusy, and Chris. Tuesday's going to be a full random game day. Probably some itch horror planned. And then outside of that, it's probably going to be chat's choice because I'm gone the 25th to the 30th, which will be Wednesday through Monday. I'll be back July 1st after that, so I'll be gone for 6 days. I'm going to be vlogging while I'm gone, post on the YouTube every day that I'm gone. When we're back, we'll be grinding out stream. I usually take 3 breaks every summer. West for the sub. Outside of that, chat, we did a great chat, great audience. A lot of people in the stream. Thank you that popped out. Next charity stream will be July 11th. For, I don't know what charity yet, but we're going to do something for probably an animal shelter of sorts. I'll look into that soon. But that's obviously like 3 weeks away. But yeah, appreciate y'all, and thank y'all for the great charity stream the other day as well, for PFA. And let's call that there. Who do we want to fucking raid? Who do we want to raid? Who do we want to raid? I don't know. Small Fries, what is he doing? Oh, Small Fries is doing a subathon? Fuck yeah, we're raiding Small Fries. Bro's macking on stream right now. What is he watching? It's like a trailer of sorts. I don't know. We'll see. Looters for the sub, blast for the sub. Anyways, go watch the YouTube videos posted on the main of the gaming run and scratch that. But outside of that, chat, I will see you guys tomorrow at 2 EST. We have 2 more streams, then I'm gone for 6 days. But when we're back, we're going to be grinding out stream. Looters West for the sub. Appreciate y'all. Go send the videos in the video. Games, and I will catch y'all later. We'll go to rated 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, chat.